Ooh, circus.
We're back to gamering. So this is crouch, this is dash. Well, really? I remember my controls, surely.
That's right, that's right. Okay.
Oh wait, what is this? E? What is this?
What's this?
Oh, whoa. Oh, whoa.
Oh. Oh.
Oh shoot. Oh wait, what? Okay, I gotta keep moving.
Oop. Oh, that was a little slower than I thought it would be. Or really fast. Nice.
Wait, what did it do?
Oh,
Whoa, it's doing stuff. Whoa!
it's still going.
Secret room? Whoa!
Connected to each other.
Let's find out.
Okay, let's get this ball rolling then.
Oh. Oh, you got it?
Look at the seals. How cute.
Oh.
Hey, that's our ball.
Oh, right. Come on, let's get it.
Happened.
Oh. Got a dash. There we go.
What is this? A cannon? Wait, E? Oh, whoa.
Oh. Thought I was adjusting you, but I think I just fired you. Whoa.
Where am I
Okay, we got
going?
one ball.
Over here?
Can you go around it?
Oh, shoot,
Ooh,
I
you
missed it.
can.
I should show you how it's done.
Hell yeah.
Just one more.
Oh.
Okay,
Oh, oh, it closes. Oh, I probably should have waited. Nice.
perfect, perfect. What does that do? Oh, whoa.
Oh,
This is a
Ferris
whole
wheel.
adventure.
Oh,
Hey, Teddy Yosa, what is up? Thank you for the raid. I was not expecting a raid, like, as I started. Oh, oh, what the hell? What is
what's this?
that?
Oh, oh shoot, oh shoot.
Oh shoot, I was
Uh-oh.
going too fast. Wait, but thank you so much for the raid. Hi, what were you up to? Oh,
Slowly, slowly.
oh, what am I doing? I'm
Oh,
going
wait,
too
I
fast, I think.
control up and...
Oh, yeah,
Wait,
balance,
no, you
balance.
control that.
Whoa, hey, watch it.
Hey,
Hey,
You're a pro. What the heck?
what is happening? What is this?
whoa, hey, watch it.
I didn't adjust once. That's crazy.
Oh, wait, did we make it?
Oh,
Oh, oh, oh, oh, trapeze.
pro
Hey,
gamer.
but hi, thank you for the raid. I don't know if you're here, if you just like raided and left, but thank you. And I hope you're. Oh shit! What just happened? What did I just throw?
Oh.
What did I just do?
What?
What am I doing? Who am I throwing? Oh!
Oh,
Oh!
oh. Oh, I gotta get to
Oh,
the
I
other
have
side.
to.
They pick me up. Oh. Wait, what?
I just do this with the ball. It's just me. Gotta reach max speed. No, what the hell?
Oh, you got it. I know you didn't.
Oh, wait, there's.
Wait, can I go over there? Oh, I can't go
So,
over there.
oh, you have to catch it. I see.
Hell yeah.
Hi, inside. What the hell? What is up? How you doing? Wait, what is the point of getting this ball? Oh, over here. Come on.
Oh.
Holy shit, don't touch the red ones.
Oh.
God. Jesus fucking Christ. What? I just woke up. Of course you did. Your sleep schedule's crazy right now. Oh, we just killed him.
It's a
Oh,
live
fuck.
balloon? What the hell?
What's up, Azuri? We just fucking killed that clown.
We will. Thanks for your help.
Yeah, thanks a lot.
This game is so quiet. How do I make it? I need to make it louder. Okay. It's discombobulated. Go back to bed. Is the game too loud now? Oh wait, maybe the game is too loud. Whoops. Wait, E. Holy shit! Speed! Sleep shims, but I passed to chill first. Damn! Man, I gotta stop streaming when everyone's about to hit the
Oh
bed.
no! I forgot! I never finished building the...
Oh. He just fucking died.
Oh, straight to the castle, huh?
Just like I planned it! See? The castle!
Hey, the elephant. She's up there.
Yeah, the gate must be nearby. Come on.
Some schedule goes, it is what it is. It is what it is, true. I agree that. Fuck we both. But you do need sleep.
It's the queen that we're gonna
You and Rose
murder.
brought all of this.
We're about to assassinate the fucking queen
Not
like
bad,
I did
Cody.
with
Not bad.
Elizabeth. I'm just kidding, that is a
Moving
joke.
around.
Oh, wow.
Where are we
You
going?
built a train track too.
Oh yeah.
Oh my god, it's a
And it's
wait,
got
it's
back.
pie! Yo!
Oh,
Wait, what kind of pie is
smashing
this? This
cake.
looks delicious. Happy birthday.
Alright, buddy, let's get you out.
Oh, we're
he's
saving
stuck.
him. Oh, he's stuck. Get him out.
Oh.
Oh, oh, you're just fucking.
Are you serious?
Sticky. Hold on.
What the?
No way.
This guy's addicted to being glued to surfaces. Oh,
Oh my
oh
god.
my lord.
that
Oh
makes
my lord. Thank you. It's Ravi. Hi, Ravi. Are there coding projects? No gaming. No, no gaming. No gaming on a Friday night. That fucking blows. What the hell? Hey, where are we supposed to even go from here? Wait, is this a minigame? Bird Star 3D. This looks like a minigame. It is.
Bird.
How you doing? I'm doing so good. I just
I'm a
finished
coming.
working. I'm doing good. How are you, Ravi? Oh, what is this? Squeeze the bird to make. That sounds fucked up.
Bird.
That sounds fucked. Hello. Squeeze the bird to make
My
it
bird's
sing.
gonna win.
Whatever, my
My
bird
bird's
is better
gonna
than
win
your
too.
bird.
Well, my bird is cuter.
Oh, we got this bird.
Oh, I was
Well
not
done,
expecting me.
birdie.
That's it.
Oh shit. Ew. Oh shit. Oh my god. I'm terrible at this.
Please.
Oh my god.
Squawk, squawk.
Squeak, squeak,
Starting
squeak,
to get
squeak,
this
squeak.
music. Ha-ha!
Oh,
Bring it. Great teamwork, bird buddy.
Mine is
Are
still
we even?
cuter.
I think we're even.
I think you're winning. I think last time we ended on 3-3, and now it's 3-4. 34. I'm
Okay,
doing
okay.
good. I'm happy you're doing good. What are you up to today? Hoping you're doing it. Yeah, I hope everyone's doing good. It's Friday. It's time to relax. Except for Azuri, he's on the grind. Wait, where in the world are we supposed to go? The hell?
There's some cannons up here.
Oh, what is this? Oh, whoa. Aim and shoot.
Oh,
Not quite.
Almost.
What's this? Oh, we have to unstick ourselves. Wait, what happens if we hit the bullseye? It's fun because I'm coding my own project and not obligations. Oh, wait, what are you coding? If you don't mind me asking. Wait, look here. Bullseye.
nice. Oh, it is better.
Bullseye. What is this?
Oh, this thingy.
New coding platform / base from right. Pitch bot. Whoa, wait, what is this bot gonna do?
Place up.
Or is this for the Spotify one? Ooh. What is this? Oh shit.
Makes balloons. Oh,
Pretty sick. I can kill this man. I'm gonna kill this man.
Ah, that feels great.
What's
No one saw that.
oh my god.
this? What's it? I don't know how to. Why am I so bad at ground pounding? What? What?
Whoa.
Terrorism.
That must be the castle gate over there.
That's the
Wait,
fucking
what
gate.
the-
How do we get up there? Is there something up here that we have to? We go up here? Wait, what is this? Huh? Whoa!
The gate's locked.
Whoa!
But there's
What
got
is
to be
this?
a way in.
Oh,
Oh, here. Wait, here? Oh, the bowling ball.
hey, where'd you
How's the
go?
ball?
Oh,
Take the wire. Murderer, I'm like every time I game. This is just like it's just one small little guy and oh shoot.
Useful for this gate.
Wait, how in the world? Where do I put
up and
this?
down.
Wait, where do I put this? I don't know where to put this. Oh, Jenga! Whoa!
Satisfying.
Whoa!
Hey, Cody. You up for a little bowling?
You're crazy. But I like it.
Is there another lever?
Is there
somewhere?
another one? Maybe there's
Oh.
another one. Wait, where?
Jump on it. Oh,
One more.
Shit, easy peasy.
Wait. We're not here to cause trouble.
Yeah. We're just here to see the elephant.
Was I being too loud? I feel like my game's a little loud. Whoopsies. Sorry.
Queen of the magic castle. In short, Her Majesty.
Oh, yes, we
We're about to assassinate Her Majesty.
Can you take us to her?
Kind of urgent.
Ideally, we can merge the two code bases together because at the moment there are two different versions actively being used and it's painful to update both for the same. Oh!
Alright, I even came up with the name Magic.
Twitchbot plus Spotify, that makes sense. I wish you good luck on that. That sounds like lots of coding hard work.
We are messengers from a land far, far away. We come with a very important letter for Her Majesty.
Hand it over.
Oh, well, we need to see Her Majesty in person.
Why?
Because they want to kill the queen.
No!
Do you speak
Oh.
the truth?
Of course, I never lie. I'm Dr. Haki, Book of Truth. At your majesty's service, Cutie Elephant III, Queen of the Magic Castle.
Oh, snitched on us. What the heck?
Yeah,
Don't
for
listen to
real.
him,
The
alright?
beans
He's
have been
crazy,
spilled.
loco. He's lying. Oh yeah? Then why don't you show the letter to Her Majesty? Huh? Maybe I will. Okay, so the thing with the letter is it's kind of complex. Aha! Exactly. Because
Why was this book preying on our fucking downfall? Hello?
case closed.
Goddamn!
Bring them in!
So moving because I'm building from scratch. Damn! But this time I build it more modular and cleaner so it'll be easier in the long run. I believe in. Oh, and the emote! Do you like the emote?
This great in years.
It may be tough work now, but it'll be so nice in the future when it's like a lot easier to deal with.
Sorry. Make up the rules.
So cute, I want to use it every time I get right. It's so cute, it's so cute.
Hello?
Well, lucky for us,
Damn.
you're not the engineer in the family.
Do you mind? What are you doing? I built that.
Yeah, I can see that. The toilet has no pipes.
Yeah?
Like there's secret doors hidden
Boys
behind
don't go to the bathroom.
like shelves and bookshelves in libraries. Who would be expecting a secret passageway behind a toilet? I feel like this is tech. Yeah, like,
Oh,
shut
is this
the
like
hell
prison
up.
escape game?
Come on, hurry up.
Oh. Wait, was it? I don't remember. But they probably did something like this, huh? I just don't remember. My memory, I've got dementia. It's been a long time since I last played that game.
Something like it.
Okay, so you built this place.
Telling me to shut the hell up.
Right here.
Maybe, perhaps, perchance, possibly.
Oh, shit.
Get him waddle, he's so cute. Shit.
Doesn't suspect a thing.
We're so stealthy.
Oh.
We are so hidden.
Oh, it's too much.
What?
Oh, God, yeah.
What's my deal, dude?
Oh, ice orbs. May. I have cool magician powers.
God.
And I have fire. Wow.
Some fire.
Wow.
Said, a magic castle.
Cozy, let's get ready.
Ha!
You have a flaming sword? What the hell? Oh,
What the heck? What?
what is going on?
What the heck? Wait, this is insane.
Oh, you can't stop
What the
me.
fuck? Teleport? How do I teleport? Oh, I have to take the door? I'm lame. I gotta take the door, okay? Wait, did this open?
Now watch me.
Oh, you. Oh!
Um,
Uh-oh.
Ha! Easy.
Thanks for the
Please
love,
attack?
May.
Wait, this is so
Nice.
cool!
I actually have
Wait, what is over here?
Secrets. Oh,
Secret.
this
It's
is
a.
where we...
Oh wait, that's where we started.
Our prison cells. Hell yeah. Whoa.
How do I use my ability? It's not working. Oh, wait, I don't have my E anymore?
You're not going
Oh,
anywhere.
that's
Oh.
the special if you press E.
Yeah, it's our
Okay.
alt ability.
That's pretty cool, Cody.
How do I...
Oh wait, I have to dash to you, dar. Oh. Wait, where?
Oh.
Wait, what was the point of me coming over here?
What do I do?
Bridge for you. I did the bridge for you.
Oh, hell yeah. Nice. Oh,
Oh. Oh, dang. Okay,
There's only room for
coming.
one court magician.
Go to hell.
Take a
I
chill.
feel like I'm playing League or something.
You're up, mate. Give it hell.
Get him, Cody! I'll hold off the others here!
Hurry. Take a chill pill.
hell yeah.
Straight up did not feel like I was playing this game. This is so different. Game tricked you into playing League. That's what it's feeling like, bruh. What have they got me doing? Oh shit. Oh god, I gotta kill them.
Nice.
Where in the world am I going right now?
Traps for the prisoners. Nothing's ever easy.
Not a safe area. Oh shit. What's in that room? Is there anything in here?
Oh, gotta get behind him. Oh, secrets.
Is there any secrets in here? I don't think so. I just killed them for no reason.
Nice.
Game too? I can't tell if my game's too loud or not. Damn. I'm like permanently adjusting my audio. Oh. Oh, shit. Oh, it's like earlier?
Oh.
And more lava.
You're just mad that you have to rely on me.
Oh, stop it.
Well, don't worry, May. I will get us free.
Hell yeah. Uh-oh.
Shoot. Shoot. Shoot.
Ah! It was not enough.
Is it being too loud ever? Oh, okay. That's good. I just don't want it to like be too loud. You can't hear me or an unknown. That'd be neat. No good. Oh, this is nightmare fuel.
What the?
He looks like a baking doll.
That wants to crush us.
Run! Run! Run!
Why did you buy that creepy toy for Rose?
It's pretty creepy.
Help! Tom!
Oh. Nice.
You're all toast.
Go, 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 go!
Come on, May! Swing faster!
I'm swinging as fast as I can.
Oh my goodness! Oh my god! Oh my god!
Oh.
Where the fuck am I?
Is this a dead end?
Oh shoot.
They're not going anywhere!
God, what kind of toy is that?
It's one fucked up toy to give to your child.
We made it!
That.
Going against the. It looks like
Forgot about the
fucking
immortal troll.
Bowser.
What?
You know,
Bowser?
something big and scary. Sweet prisoners.
That's literally Bowser.
Whoa.
Free.
Okay, we're doing no damage. So. Oh shit.
Doing no damage.
Oh, there you go. Nice.
Abilities. Oh.
Dang, what the heck?
Are we doing any damage to it? I feel like we're doing nothing.
Oh, I think we're supposed to make him hit this thing.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
Oh shoot.
We're supposed to lead him into the hole.
No way he falls in there. What the?
They're not going
Oh,
anywhere.
he's a little silly.
Good riddance, troll! Don't want to see your ugly mug ever again!
Yeah, what she said. Oh, May, come on, over here. Let's go. That's it. The elephant gate. Come on.
Wait a
We
minute.
are here to
This
assassinate
is
the
my
fucking
old
queen.
chessboard. What? You used my
poor
chessboard to
elephant.
build your toy castle?
Yeah, so what? You never use it anymore?
Because I don't have the time. Plus, it's not a toy. You know, it was my grandmother's.
Yes, and I think she...
God, wait, it was her
appreciated it's actually
grandmother's
being used.
chessboard and he just.
Oh no, now what?
Oh! Oh! Chessboard's alive. Come on, Hans. Let's dance.
Oh,
We're
this is the
chessing.
boss. Wait, the last thing was just like. It was like not even the boss. It was just like a.
Oh shoot.
Does it attack in a pattern? Oh, it does. It can only. Never mind, it goes diagonal too. Oh.
Oh, double.
Free horsey!
Oh,
Oh, I'm dead.
that's actually really cool. What the heck?
Oh my god, I almost died. Ow, shit.
Oh.
I died.
They're not going anywhere! Hey, chill him!
Yeah.
Oh, they're dead? Let's go! Oh my god.
Oh, yeah. Whew. Okay, now let's get that elephant. What? Why does it have no handles?
Well, you should know. You built it.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Oh, yeah, I remember. Boom! There you go. See? I know what I'm doing.
Oh, what the fuck?
Oh, great! There
Oh,
go
man.
our magic outfits. How are we gonna kill the elephant now?
I don't know.
With our bare fucking fists.
Right, I forgot.
With our
I
raw strength.
color-coded them the opposite way round to fool intruders.
What?
Worked,
No.
right? It's actually very smart if you think about it.
Yeah, really
You
smart.
forget
Just
about a
fine.
detail like that.
See?
Oh, still gonna miss my outfit.
Death, yeah. We didn't need to
Oh,
die
no.
there, but he just forgot. It's so cute. I don't want to kill it.
Why does that have to be
So
so
cute.
cute? What the heck?
What the?
Greetings, Your Majesty.
I don't want to kill her. So cute.
Oh,
Oh my god, it's literally
no.
named Cutie too.
I actually love cookies.
Cody, you're not here
I
to
want cookies.
cookies. Let's just do this.
You sound unhappy. You can tell me what's wrong. That's what friends are for.
How cute.
No,
I don't
nothing's
wanna,
wrong.
but it's so
Great.
cute.
Everything's, like, super great.
Well, I can see you're not happy. You need a hug.
I kinda do.
Really, we're gonna have to.
What are you doing?
Oh, God.
Let's kill her.
Oh,
Kill me.
Oh.
Why do you want to kill me?
Oh, no. We don't want to kill you. We just kind of have to. Just a little bit.
But I'm
That's
cute
fucked.
and a loving elephant. I love Rose, and Rose
Oh,
loves
no.
me. I don't want to die.
I know, but we have no choice. I'm sorry.
Bro, saying sorry does not help. We're just giving this elephant like an
Oh, she
existential
runs.
midlife crisis. Like, what are we doing?
Oh, my God.
Oh my god. You can't run from us, bitch. Oh my god.
A rocket?
You built a working
God.
cardboard rocket?
No, May, look, she's getting away. Quick, just do something.
Thank God she got out of
Hold
here.
on a second.
Oh,
No
No.
fucking way. No fucking way. No way.
oh shit.
Wait, what the? Oh my.
Oh.
Oh.
Guess that's the way the cookie crumbles.
No, wait, I
This
just
feels
said
so
that.
fucked up. This feels so fucked up.
We
Is there
don't
anything
want
here?
to do this, but we have to.
Any secrets?
We have to make Rose cry.
Any
It's nothing
secrets?
personal. We just need to break this spell.
Making Rose cry is crazy.
Right? This feels so wrong. Oh wait, this is
Oh,
a crane
God.
game. How does it drop? Oh, I see. We just need to wait for it, huh?
You used to be good at this.
Yeah, with dead toys.
Just need to
not
wait
alive,
somewhere, huh?
screaming.
Like wait in the corner and then.
Oh, here she comes. Yeah.
Oh shit! It's a lot slower than I
almost.
remembered it
Kill
being.
you softly.
Cody, you can't kill someone softly.
Not helping our case here.
Yeah, let's kill her softly.
Nah, let's give her a violent ass death.
Jesus. Oh,
God. The fact that we're grabbing it by its head and it can speak feels like so inhumane.
oh God.
Hurry before she escapes.
Rip off her ear. What the fuck is happening?
We don't like violence.
Oh,
Yeah.
oh.
This is really fucked up. This is really fucked up. Wait, this is really fucked up. Too much delay, right? It's like I wasn't expecting the crane to be so slow.
Come on, grab her.
It's
Feels wrong.
so wrong. I'm grabbing her by her amputated nub. Ain't no
God.
fucking way.
Safe.
Friends are supposed to help each other.
Fucked up the music
Holy
is
shit.
sounding. Holy shit. Oh my god.
She's fighting back. Get her.
This is
You
horrible.
can't escape from us.
So evil.
No, me too. I'll need therapy after this.
Oh yeah.
Maybe we could ask that book.
You crazy? We need to see a professional after this.
Oh. Oh. Oh God.
I think she's tricking us.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Wait, this is so cruel.
Oh.
My fucking god.
It wasn't a trick.
Is it gonna grab on with its trunk? Oh my god, thank fucking god. Oh my god.
No.
Oh.
Oh no, she wants to play jump rope.
So fun.
Oh god.
This is fucked up.
Oh,
Oh my god.
Cutie. Cutie.
That's good, honey.
Yeah, come on, darling.
Cutie. Oh, are you okay? You're broken. I'll fix you. Oh no, Cutie. Poor Cutie. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry you hurt yourself.
May, I think it's working.
Yes. Yes, she's crying.
Yes!
So
Come on.
evil.
All right, we gotta get down there.
Yeah, she's crying.
Quick,
Yeah.
before she stops.
what's
This way,
wrong
come
with
on.
us?
Genuinely, what the fuck? They're like a little too happy about their child experiencing such emotional pain.
Oh, don't stop, darling. Come on, let it out.
This is
Aw.
fucked. What the hell is happening?
Hold on.
Showering in her tears.
I mean, you guys just made her cry for no reason.
Spell not
There was-
breaking.
Don't know. The
No,
tears
there's
should
no
be
point.
The cure.
Oh no. Oh gosh. We're stuck like this.
You guys you just committed murder, made your daughter cry for absolutely zero reason.
Oh no.
What's this? Hey, May.
Leave me alone. It's over.
I think it's a letter from Rose. Listen. Dear Mom and Dad, I'm sorry that I did this to you.
What?
I know how
Yeah.
to make everything good again. All you have to do is, I think this is it. This is the answer.
Go on. How do we break the spell?
All you have to do is, oh! Ah, not so fast! Hey, give that
This
back!
fucking book.
Letter.
You're not ready for it. To earn this letter, you must work together. You must fix your relationship.
No, you idiot!
Thanks very much. You just ripped up our only ticket out of here.
Yes, I did. Into 4 pieces. You put them together, you get the answer.
Oh, you thick-headed book!
College! It's time to dive deeper into your souls and collect the 4 letter pieces. Let's go!
Hey, where you going?
Get him!
Get the letter! Ah!
We definitely did, but we will ignore that bit.
This is abduction!
No, this is
the
Dr.
hell is-
Maxim's couples therapy.
How are we?
For the roller coaster
We're like not even inside our house anymore.
Give us
the letter. Bravo! You refer to us instead of me. You're a team now.
No, we're not a team and we don't have time for this.
Time. Good, May. That will be our first topic. Aha! Now, do you give each other enough time?
Okay, you know what? We don't. Yeah, because she is never at home.
Excuse me? I'm working for both of us. I can't be in 2 places at the same time, can I? Oh, unless you want me to clone myself.
Clone yourself? Oh, please, don't be ridiculous.
You think time is limitless. That's ridiculous. You have no sense of time.
Aha! Cloning and no sense of time. Good insights. We're making progress already. Great. Get ready. Hey-ya! Woo!
Oh, no. No, no, no,
What the fuck?
He killed us.
This is karma for killing the elephant.
For real.
no. Where are we?
I have no...
Inside our house anywhere? This is not our house.
Oh, you're inside. Your family's cuckoo clan.
Oh.
Man, Hey, Cody! With no sense of time, you will now be able to control time! Yeah! Go! Oh, look at that! Hey, whoa!
I'm Doctor
The...
Strange.
Oh, you are.
Is that me?
It's you and me.
That's
That
right!
hairline goes crazy.
But as
Holy
you can
shit.
see, you're on parallel tracks.
Oh
Not
my god, that
different
hairline goes
You must follow these
crazy.
tracks and make them beat again. Remember that. If you succeed, you will be rewarded your first piece of the letter. Good luck. Woo!
Good luck.
So,
why do we
leave,
need
oh.
wooden dolls?
The book said we have to make the two meet.
Oh, teleport to
What?
Oh, wait,
We
that's
need
cool.
Rose's letter to break the spell.
And off they go.
Oh, see, yeah. Oh shit!
Oh, what? Go. Killed. What the heck? Go, 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 go. Oh.
Oh, wait, I gotta put my...
Oh.
Hey, maybe you can reach the door before it closes with your clone.
Fuck do I...
Can you open that with both levers?
Can I?
I feel like I should be able to use my
Oh,
time.
what?
What the heck?
But I can... I don't need to exit out of it. Okay, wait. Me?
Ooh, nice.
And then this is... Oh, I did it!
Pro gamer.
Hope you got lots of coding done today.
Oh.
And you're almost done, hopefully. What is this?
I think this
I'm
is you.
supposed to go up here?
Oh,
What?
nice.
I'm supposed to do up here?
Made a hook. Oh, it fell.
Oh, jump on... Jump on that? What am
There you go.
I... Oh. Whoa.
I must say, that looks pretty impressive.
Yeah, whoever
Oh
designed this
shit.
knew what they
Oh
were
shit. Did I... Wait,
doing.
here looks like it's... This looks like such a door. We can't enter this? Oh. Shit.
Oh, almost killed you.
Oh my god. If I don't want to leave my clone here. Oh, so confused. How do I leave my clone on the bird? The fuck?
Oh, you go. Oh,
So,
it's down there still.
I'm so lost right now. Why am I leaving my clone there? He just died.
Oh, okay,
I see,
okay,
I see,
okay.
I see. Oh shit.
Oops, sorry.
No, that was my bad. I just hopped off again. I see now, I see. Okay. We come here, and then I'll go to safety or something. It's so cool.
Hell yeah.
Oh, come up with that? That's like, insane.
Oh.
Oh, what a nice
Whoa! Bro got obliterated.
What's the point of doing that? Now what?
One more time.
Why?
Shit.
Oh, this is cruel. What? Oh, is there...
Oh wait, I control that too. Oh, wait, I have to get over something. Oh wait. Get on. Hell yeah. Uh-oh.
Got it.
Uh-oh.
Oh my god.
No. Nice.
Do you think there's something up there? Do you think that it looks like there's gonna be a secret up there? Unless this is the secret. No, this is... Wait, do it one more time. There might be something up there. Oh no, that's just a steel... Wait, can I climb this? There's no secret up here. It looks like such a secret. I guess not.
Nice, you got it.
There we go.
Lord, this is laggy. What the hell? Go.
Oh.
Oh! Cody, look at this one in the center!
Launch? Yeah, nice. God, this is laggy. Inside our fucking clock? There's no way this is in our clock.
Got a
I'm
big
sorry,
clock.
but I used to believe this is just all inside of our grandfather clock.
Cool. So pretty. But where are the wooden figures?
What? Did we lose them already?
Oh, now what?
I don't know. Did that book say anything about what we do if we lose track of those guys?
No, he was just blabbing on and on about time.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, and you agreed with him.
Well, it's true. They're never at home.
Cody, do you really think I'm choosing to be away from home?
I don't know. That's just what it's been like for a long time.
Well, it's not my choice.
What do you mean?
If I lost my job, we'd lose everything.
Okay. But when you're
Why
never
is he so
around,
casual?
you lose us.
Wait, he's speaking facts. Wait, oh my god.
Hey, look.
Wait, but what
There
can
they are.
she can't really do much about having a job. You kind of need to do that.
Oh, there's stuff. Oh, oops.
I'm scared.
You do this one.
Oh, I teleport. I see. Oh, wait. Oh my god, wait, is my...
Oh, that kills you. Oops.
Okay, wait, let me put one here.
Oh, almost. Nice.
Gotta keep following those dolls.
Is there any secrets? What is this? Oh no, there's nothing here.
We're drinking.
Oh, Pepsi Cola.
Ooh, it's like all open.
Oh. There's gotta be at least 1 or 2 secrets here.
Has to
Oh,
be.
this is literally just the beginning. Whoops, where am I going?
Oh, I found one.
Oh, Lord.
This looks like something speedy. You want to race,
Where'd you
man?
go? Where'd you go? Oh, over there. Just be homeless? I don't want to be homeless. I don't want to be homeless.
Hey,
I
man.
already live in a
come
cardboard box. Follow the time bubbles and reach the finish. Oh, I was so bad at this last time in Split Fiction.
Ooh,
Why
is this
your mom
flying?
strapped to me?
If it's flying,
I
I'm
thought this was
doomed.
just
I'm
a
not
race.
used to the
This is gonna
inverted
be an
controls.
explosive one.
Oh, man.
Oh, it's not.
Brennan, you won't explode me. Nothing to it.
Stay on track, Cody.
Uh-oh.
Bingo.
I will win this. I will not explode. Cool.
Oh. Oh, no!
Don't explode on me. Don't explode on me.
Uh-oh. Oh, it explodes? Oh, shit.
Come on.
Oh, shit. That was close.
That did it. That was so close. I was. Oh my god.
Got blown up.
Oh, this is another
Damn.
minigame.
Bring it on.
Oh
What the hell?
my fucking god.
Wow, that's tall.
No kidding. What could be up there?
Oh my god, I keep missing that.
No.
I'm missing it so bad every time. Oh my god.
Oh, you little shit.
You fuck up once and it's just doomed.
Oh,
Oh my god. Oh. I'm really bad at this.
what the?
What's even up
How are you
there?
supposed to do that?
Damn it. One
What
more
is even up there? Is it even worth it? Oh my goodness. Oh my. Oh.
Oh. I've never been more pissed off at wood. Oh,
For real.
I'm cooking.
And I'm on like the wrong fucking side. Oh no.
Oh, it launched.
looking at? Oh, I see, I see. Wait, I have to wait for it to spin all the way fucking around. You're supposed to pause there, you're not supposed to speedrun it. I see, I see.
Oh shit. I'm scared. Oh no!
I'm gonna cry. Wait, what is the point of Hell Tower? Is there even anything up there? You can hold the wall. Yeah, you can just grip onto it.
Victory's up there.
Victory. I wonder if victory is actually worth it or not.
Alright, let's try.
Oh.
We can move on if you want.
No, no, I'm determined.
Oh. Oh.
We should.
You can only do one at a time.
I'm gonna cry. I'm gonna cry. I'm gonna cry. This is so hard. For what? I don't got the
No!
hardcore master in me.
Oh, thank God.
Whoa, I missed.
No! Oh.
So bad at this, it's kind of incredible.
I don't make this in Prime. No!
Oh,
I'm sobbing.
I'm sobbing. I'm crying and bawling,
I was on the last one.
but not the good kind of bawling. I swear. Oh shit. Oh, oh no. Oh, wait. What? What just happened? I thought I fell. But I didn't fall.
It lives up to its name.
He does.
I made it!
Oh, it's a cannon. You wanna do it? I don't think we both have to be up there.
Do you want me to wait for you?
Am I making it up there? I can try. Okay, you being up there is my motivator. I'm gonna like lock in now.
Hell yeah.
Here. Sorry, this is a little bit.
Oh no! Oh!
I'm terrified. You know what? I'm just gonna go all the way down. That is. It's not too bad. This is not too bad. This is. Patience is key.
Ooh, that was close. Oh!
So scared to climb. Okay. Okay. Okay, this one just spins all the way around.
Ooh. Oh my God. It's lagging a little bit for me.
On the oh, what the hell? You know what? You can just take it without me. You can take it without me. I'll see from your screen.
Alright.
Maybe it's fireworks or something.
I'm on top of the world.
Oh, I think you're right.
It's fireworks. I locked out. I locked out. What's happening? Oh my god. Oh! Oh, there's a mini game here. So, our hard-earned effort.
That's all it was.
I guess so. That was not very victory did not taste as sweet as I thought it was. There's a mini game here.
Oh, whoa, whoa.
Oh, fuck. Seconds real. You know, at least he didn't wait for
Oh,
me
it's a
to get to
fishing
the
game, too.
top. Oh, fishing! There's so many mini games here. Whoa. Tied right now.
Oh, you're so winning this one.
Oh, jump and crouch. I don't know about this one. I don't know. Oh, jump and crouch. Okay. Is that the only
Wait, I don't have the
controls?
instructions on my screen.
Oh, space is jump. S is crouch, supposedly.
This race is mine.
Not against
Okay.
my winning horse.
We'll leave you in our tracks.
Oh, let's see.
Go on, boy.
Oh,
Okay,
shit.
you know what? The jump was a little bit. It's slower than I thought.
We're on fire.
Dun, 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 dun,
Oh,
dun,
the
dun.
race is on.
I'm terrible at this.
Oh, what the?
Best race ever.
Wait a minute, what the
First
hell?
race ever.
Look, just that was a confusing one.
What did you pay?
Fishing now. I can use that
Okay, a bit of
fishing. I love
see.
fishing.
Maybe I'll catch something good.
Okay, see if I can catch any cuckoo fish.
Oh, this is
Mm,
the mini
oh,
game.
okay.
It's just where we're just fishing.
Oh, here comes a big one. Well, at least something bit.
Ooh. Oh, but
Here we
what
go.
the heck?
Dude, I'm the supreme fisher.
Oh, now.
Or is it junk?
I'll get the biggest fish.
Ooh, come on.
Nothing's bit on you. This is crazy.
I think it's all on the left side.
Let's
Oh, I
see.
got it.
Oh.
Ninja.
Okay.
Oh, I threw that one kind of short. Oh,
Here
I got
we
it.
go.
Oh, Big Bertha, come on, come here.
Well, at least something
Oh,
bit.
man.
Just to hold. So much better.
Oh, you're mine.
I'm just catching
I
junk
swear
though.
it
I've
just, like,
only
breaks
caught
off as soon
one.
as I
I've
press
only
it.
caught one fish.
Oh,
Oh, Big Bertha, come on, come here.
Let's see.
I'm only catching junk.
perfect.
I get so many bites, but
These
they're all
fish
junk.
look a little weird.
And these fish are weirdly shaped, huh?
Oh, here comes a big one.
Is it an actual fish?
Oh, is
It's
it
not,
junk?
dude, it's not fish. Let me
Oh,
scan.
you're mine. Oh, I got
I got
one.
one. Yes.
Tilapia. It looks like a tilapia or a flounder. Oh, I just died. I love tilapia.
We're rich.
We both caught a fish. Wait, now where are we going? The last second comeback for real? I thought I was doomed after I crashed into the fence like twice. But I did it! I won! I did it! Oh, whoa! There's a cloud up here. What are you? Is this a... I have to wait for you, I guess. I don't know. This looks like a
Yeah,
two-person
partner.
thing. Where am I?
Oh,
I'm so shocked I came back from that. I
you
thought it
got there,
was...
what the heck?
Oh, I used the jump pad. Oh, or you can use that. Ew.
I got it. House. Oh,
Well, under fire.
The dolls need our help!
we're firefighters.
How do we do that one?
Success.
Yeah.
We did it.
Again. There they
Wait, that
go.
was for the game. I thought we were just doing that for fun. Oh,
We
wait, no.
win.
We won! We won. We're better. Stronger. Faster. Smarter. Amazinger.
Person. It's a bell.
Fuck did I just die?
Smacking that shit aggressively.
Oh. Oh, bow, 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 bow.
Oh. Oh, that is not. That was not right.
Wait, what?
I'm supposed
What's
to
in
lock
here?
it in. Oh,
Oh, it's good now.
and maybe you
What?
do both and I hold it.
Oh, that's really complicated. Okay. Okay, I'll do it over here. So.
Yeah.
That
Nice,
handsome wooden
nice.
guy go.
He is quite handsome, actually. Hey, keep up with the dolls.
All right. Now, you just open this gate. Should be a breeze.
So it's midnight? Oh, wait, no, we're supposed to match it so it's that time. What is that? Like 6:35?
Cheers. Look at us.
Say 6. That was not 6:35. That was like
No, no, no!
9 or 10. The hell? Why did I say 6?
Now how are we gonna follow them?
Cody, stop whining. Let's find another way.
I wasn't whining.
35. I actually have no idea why I said 6:35. What the? That's some clown shit.
What the hell?
We're working out.
Wow, that clock tower is huge.
Is that where we're going?
Exactly! But to get inside, you need to unravel the secrets of the smaller towers. Uno, dos, you see?
Here's a thought. Why don't you just let us in the tall clock tower straight away?
Yeah, we need to get back to our real bodies as soon as possible.
Don't stress me. Time is an illusion. There's only now. Yeah. Can't you feel it? There's nothing else than now. Everything happened now, now, now. Now. Can you feel it?
Oh yeah, I can feel it. You are very annoying.
Right now.
Mm.
Hey, Book! What's that strange sphere over there?
Yeah. That, my friends, you have to figure out yourselves. Woo!
We are not his friends.
Hey, Cody, I've got an idea. Maybe we can use those birds.
Okay.
Arbs.
Borb. Any secrets? I don't believe so.
Oh, they can fly.
Of course they can! They're birds!
What the
Yeah,
hell?
but they're made of metal.
So are airplanes, Cody!
Okay, smarty pants. But these aren't machines.
Flying bird
Oh, wow.
machines! Hey, I think I see a landing spot on that tower!
Oh,
Here,
I'm a
comes out.
coming. What? Where'd you land? Get off!
Oh my god.
Oh, okay.
I thought there was gonna be a cutscene. The hell? Oh, it's green. It's green.
Oh. Oh. Just like Simon says.
It says red.
What's this do?
The... Oh, I see.
Oh.
I turned it on, I'm so sorry.
Like a filter.
Oh. Oh. How you doing? How you doing?
Oh shit. Nice.
There we go.
Good
I don't
job, good
understand what
job.
happened, but it worked. Good job. Oh,
Where am I supposed to go?
I help you.
Oh. That's so cool.
Like a walk in the park.
Waiting for Tex to show up with pizza. Yo, I want pizza. Save me a slice. Pizza. Pizza. I want pizza.
What the hell's that?
May, I don't like those weird lights.
Save
They
a
look
slice just for you. Thank
Yeah.
you. What,
Exactly.
what flavor did you get?
I
What,
think we
what
can use
flavor? What toppings?
Use them. What for?
To take that out.
Okay.
Where are we supposed to go now? Oh, to the other tower.
Look at that tower! We might be able to land on it.
I'm gonna now. Thanks. I'm using my legs and you're using your arms. Hello?
Yeah, I'm smacking it.
Hawaiian and Canadian coming. Canadian? There's a Canadian pizza? What is Canadian
Creepy
pizza?
tavern.
Like
Let's get out of here ASAP.
We
maple,
have to solve the
bacon.
puzzles first.
You sound so
I don't know,
enthusiastic.
actually.
Well, yeah, those symbols look so intriguing. They are. Looks like we can slam these in.
This. What is this? Okay,
See?
that's not very helpful.
Oh, I could do something over here.
Let's see.
Ah! A ghost!
It's just a sculpture.
Creepy as hell.
There's a sculpture over here. I'm a lost partner.
Oh. See, I see.
Oh. Yeah.
Okay, so it's according to time. Which one is 9 o'clock, 5, 7, 4. So it's bug, bird, cat. Bird, cat. Wait, what is next? I can't read. Bug, bird, cat, dog. Wait, no. bug, bird, cat, moon, dog, sun.
Oh, hey, Moondog
Birds.
son.
Yeah. So bug, bird, cat,
Okay.
moon, dog, sun.
Hell yeah.
Maybe pepperoni, bacon with
Yeah.
mushroom. Fucking good. I'm
Oh,
hungry as
fancy seeing
hell.
you again.
Well,
I'm
I
so
thought I'd
hungry.
make time for you.
Oop.
You will not believe your eyes. 10 million fireflies.
I was thinking of that song too.
We were just on the same wavelength, the same brain length.
We
The
find
other
something.
tower? Huh?
Oh,
What? Since when did it turn into a hamster
but you
ball?
just die if you go into it. What the heck?
Oh my god! Oh, do we have to
Oh.
perch on
The little
the door?
buggies.
Got one. Oh, it's about
They're
to get messy.
bombs.
They're bombs? Holy shit!
Let's see what you can
Fire
do.
in the hole.
Oh shit.
Alley-oop.
Alley-oop. Alley-oop. It's like, it just dropped for some reason.
Yeah.
Some nice firepower.
This reminds you?
Look, that weird bubble is
in
gone.
in the Endgame when, or not Endgame, Doctor Strange. What is that movie? Doctor Strange the Multiverse, when Scarlet Witch fucking goes ham on that protective dome on the temple, and there's like 10 million people trying to keep the field up, and then she goes like she destroys them. She goes nuts and she goes crazy and stupid. Oh.
Oh yeah. I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Wait, what?
What's it supposed to do here? Oh, is this... No?
Oh.
Get up.
Yep, we're the
Oh, nice.
best.
Oh,
I don't like that sound. Do we really have to follow them?
Yes, or we'll never get out of here.
Fine. Ladies first.
Oh, such a gentleman.
oh my fucking god.
Damn.
That was a whole jump scare.
May, is that wall moving?
Yes, run!
We're dead.
Oh, we're getting crushed?
No.
Is that so morbid? I know we don't actually like die, but these are so morbid.
Me! You do something!
Oh, do I have to...
Oh. Dang, you're smart. What the heck?
Uh-uh.
Help!
Oh, wow. I almost thought we would
Nice.
make it.
What?
Almost.
Uh,
I thought we were done for.
And we
Made
made
because
it.
of you.
what are you
So far we
saying?
did.
I'm big brain like that. What can I say? I'm big brain.
Have a big brain.
The biggest of brains.
The biggest clock ever.
Yeah, what? This cock has like infinite space inside of it. Never ending.
What a
Oh, shoot.
magnificent place.
Yeah. And cool mechanical parts.
With no real functionality.
Oh,
The
dash.
place is beautiful, but it doesn't make any sense.
Why do you always have to make sense of everything?
Well,
That's
Maybe
cool.
you can't explain every little thing that happens in life.
Oh, I don't like that thought.
I don't like the look of that
This is
guy.
insane.
He
I
can't
feel like I'm
move.
in a Doctor Strange movie.
Damn.
What is...
Decoration.
What the hell?
He's clearly a gatekeeper.
Yeah, the gatekeeper. With
Oh,
a
what the
big
hell?
sword.
Hey,
Bro's
look,
gatekeeping.
keyholes. Seems like we're
How
gonna need
could
some
he?
keys.
Get his ass out of here! Uh-oh. You think there's
Did we
any
miss
secrets
something?
back there? I feel like we probably missed something. Yeah, gatekeeping, that's lame as hell. Get his ass out!
Oh, it's kind of the same thing.
Oh,
on
oh
the
it's
side.
like the other... Yeah, it's like the same, like the bird thing. Two sides. In the big 2020, exactly! Gatekeeping... Oh!
Oh,
Gatekeeping and...
Oh.
What the hell? Oh my god, we both did the same thing.
oh, they move. It was not in the knowing.
They do indeed move. Hey, I...
Shit. Oh, I'm supposed to do something. Ooh, that was close.
That was very close. But...
That's tough.
See, I see.
Oh. Cool ability.
Very cool.
There isn't
Oh
it?
my god, wait, where the... Can I make that jump? Can.
Wait. Oh, nice. Mm. Oh.
Wait, can I make this jump?
I think this thing moves when you put your little clone. Almost.
Wait, there's a platform.
Nice. Ah! Do I not move? Okay, I won't move.
I feel like a hamster.
Oh, you're
Oh,
moving.
whoa,
out.
I'm
That's
moving
crazy.
forward. I didn't even realize. I'm good.
I was looking at your screen the whole time. Oh,
Look, keys.
It's ground pounded
Nice.
instead of... Oh, but I made it.
whoa. Nice job.
Oh, yeah. We got one wind up thingy. Oh, here. Oh, thank you. It's Big B.
Oh,
Hi.
yeah.
Oh, shit. Oh, shit. I'm clicking the wrong key.
Oop.
Okay, we need one more.
Made a gap.
Oh, I see.
Oh. Oh,
I just fell off.
I did.
Whoop.
Wait, what the heck?
What the? What? What the? Wait, what? Okay.
Oh,
Whoa.
okay.
Oh.
That works.
Okay. I was not expecting that.
Oh,
That was terrifying. Oh, oh, we cut the rope.
oh.
I can see the keys.
Ooh. Now you gotta get inside of it.
Oh, I just dropped down.
Like how you thought that secret was?
Wait, what? Let's see.
Yeah. Okay, guess not.
Oops.
I think I just smacked it on the face.
I accidentally
yeah.
did not teleport. I just. Oh my god.
Gotcha. Wait. Oh. Billy's a little
We did it.
confusing.
We did it. It is. I'm getting my buttons mixed up. Yo, how's it going, Vicky? It's going. I'm doing good.
Oh.
You see into the hole.
Yeah.
Let's go. Oh,
Is he gonna do it? Oh.
this is cool. Oh, I'm currently in a PK with 9 players. Okay, I see you, Mr. Popularity. God damn. Oh my god. Oh,
What is that?
I don't know. Oh, it's alive!
you know what this reminds me of? Like the brazen bull. I think that was called like the torture device, where you would get put into a golden bull and burnt alive slowly. Oh shit! It just killed me.
I don't think the bull cares, Cody.
I'm doing something over here. Oh, it's a bull button.
May, maybe you can trick him with your clothes. Oh, here he comes, May.
Oh, I just okay.
Close. Uh-oh.
That stone plate looks like it could hurt it. Oh, it's gonna charge.
Hell yeah. Stupid bull.
It's 15. No,
Hey, Boo, who's the boss now, huh?
I
Oh.
died again. Holy fuck! This bull hates me.
Oh shit.
Watch out, May.
Nice. Oh,
Oh,
it's freaky when he stands up. I like it.
Looking really angry now.
Damn, we got his ass.
we're better. Yep,
Finally.
so what is up? How you doing? It takes 2. Yeah, we're finishing it off today.
That was a tough one.
Oh,
That was
I'm
crazy.
exhausted.
Oh,
Yeah.
whoa.
Oh,
Better
parkour.
keep moving. Come on.
Okay.
Oh. Yeah.
Oh, I thought it was a hole, but it's glass.
Whoa.
Oh, it's a pocket watch. Oh.
It's bouncy.
Phew, hard work.
Are we supposed to? I don't think we are.
We're supposed to go up here?
I don't think so. Wait, maybe. Wait, no? Wait. It looks like it, but I don't think so. Maybe? I don't know, actually.
What the heck? Oh, there's something over here.
It's so strange. The fuck? The fuck? The fuck? The fuck? The fuck? The fuck? The fuck?
Oh, okay, okay, wait. Okay. Yeah.
What is even up here? Oh, okay. Oh. There needs to be two of us? Oh, where do I get you up here?
Help.
Is that button? Does this button do anything? Oh wait, maybe I was just pushing. Oh, I was pushing the wrong direction. Whoops. Sorry.
Oh shoot.
Oh, and then
nice.
you reverse it. Wait, that's so cool. Button. I love buttons.
Whoa. Oh. Oh, I see. Okay. Ooh, nice. Just thinking.
Oh, yeah. That's not cool.
Yeah.
Right here.
Are we gonna play
I
jump?
don't have a good
Oh,
feeling
we
about
are.
this.
Me neither.
What? Hey, you're supposed to calm me down.
Harm you?
Second arm doesn't start moving. Oh shit.
No.
The second arm started moving. I jinxed it or something.
Get better, Cody!
What's
It goes
this?
backwards.
What the hell? It's ground pounded instead of dashing. No.
Oh.
We're doing really well. Keep this up.
You keep up. I'm like a pogo stick here.
Oh my god.
The clock is trying to kill us right now. This is crazy.
I never thought I'd
Oh my
try to
god.
be killed by an inanimate clock. Oh shit. It's quite fast. I just ground pounded. Oh come on. I keep doing that.
Oh,
We made it!
nice.
Made it? Oh my gosh, we made it!
About time.
It's your weekend o'clock. Shut up. I can read time. I don't know, I said 6:30 earlier, 6:35. It was clearly not 6:35. Where am I supposed to go? Oh!
Whoa. That's crazy.
Cool. 6:35. I can't believe I read 6:35.
Whoa!
Lord.
What was that?
No, I don't want to know. I just want to get out of here.
It's too late for that.
I thought this game was almost over, but there's still. We have to find 3 more pieces of paper.
Yeah.
Oh,
Oh, this is just for one piece of paper? Holy fuck. We got a long night ahead of us.
I'm floating.
Why isn't this part nice like the other ones?
Defended its nest! Keep your eyes on it!
It's under. Oh my god. Okay.
Someone's got it out for us. Oh my.
Once again, we're running out of real estate.
We're not trying to hurt you!
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. How many sessions have you played? Only one. This is our second session. I think we're at least halfway. At least halfway, I think. Some. Brand.
Yeah.
Okay. We made it.
Nice work, Cody.
Thanks.
Oh, there they are.
Come on.
What the fuck?
That's so cool. What the heck?
Yeah, this is insane. I love the visuals of these 2 levels. Like the clown one, like the circus one, and this one. Jeez.
Doctor Strange, you're right.
Oh,
Oh shit! That was. I don't even. That was quick.
he went to the fucking ground.
Oh my god.
My depth perception is too terrible for this game. Did not make it there.
Holy.
How am I supposed to avoid being on a 1 square? Oh. Oh, it's Minecraft Dropper.
Oh shit.
I've played these games before.
Maybe this is our way out!
Oh, I've played these games before.
I am not seeing the way out yet, man.
Oh my god.
Thinking!
Faster, please.
Minecraft Dropper has trained me for this exact moment. Hello? I go again?
Not fair.
What happened? Did you do that, Cody?
Oh fuck! Oh burn!
Oh god. Oh, it's just what the? Oh. Wait, we messed ourselves up before that.
I think we're stuck in a loop! Oh, how do we make it stop?
Oh,
crazy. Clocks, I'm stupid.
Yeah.
This is one intense clock they have in their house.
What the hell?
Oh my god. How about you guys? But this seems like a little bit of a fire hazard. I don't know if I would want this inside of my house, man.
Our clock goes crazy, dude.
Yeah,
What
we
the-
should probably.
Oh.
We should probably. What the fuck is happening?
Are you doing this?
Oh.
Yeah. Well, I'm trying my best. I just don't know how long I can hold it for.
All right. I'll make my way over to the clock's house.
There? Oh.
I just died.
Oh.
Wait, what if I? Oh. Wait, where do I go now?
Oh.
I thought I died there. I thought. Oh.
Hurry, May! This is getting tough.
Charlie.
You're doing
Where
great.
supposed to go?
I'm almost there.
I can make it up there. What the fuck?
Almost where? Oh.
Here?
Nothing?
Something.
Oh yeah.
We're making it out. We're making it out, boys.
Cody! Come on!
Take this, Clark!
Oh
See with the backflip? Okay, style points.
shit. Oh, we
Oh shit, we gotta run, we gotta run, we gotta run, we gotta run. We gotta fucking run. We gotta run. We gotta run.
That's the biggest.
Israel, I will drink water.
I've had enough of you, Club!
Yeah, let's do it, May!
Oh. That's cute.
That was one badass clock.
Oh my god, we have become the toys. I mean, I guess we always have been toys.
Great teamwork! Your relationship is now more in sync. Can you feel it? Huh? Tell me you feel it. Come on! Tell me you feel it, huh? Huh? Huh?
Oh my
This
god.
guy looks kind of scary.
You gonna keep up your end of the bargain, Mr.
Book of Truth? Uh-huh. Okay, okay. That's the way you want to go?
Yeah.
Uh-huh. Okay. You like it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Uh-huh.
Okay, let's do it!
Got her legs. Oh, our cock like just fell over.
Mom, it's working. Our cuckoo clock is working again.
Oh, it's broken and we fixed it. Wait, that's cool.
She might be a little blind.
He's doing fires. This is dangerous. Do not do this shit. Do not stand on random drawers.
This will make Mom happy. She likes it when things are on time.
are you ready for piece number 2 and lesson number 2?
These
No.
parents said you're really wanting her to fall over and hurt herself, huh? That's dangerous as fuck.
Stay together.
Yeah, mortgage.
Kids.
I'll do what you want. Yes, don't stand on doors. Or like, if you do stand on a door or chair, you gotta get someone else to hold it down for you.
We're
It's so
getting
dangerous.
divorced.
Aha.
Hi, Blizz.
That's because
Blizz?
you lost
Hi,
it.
Blizz.
But don't worry.
I almost said Blitz.
I'll help you find attraction again. Ding, ding, ding.
This guy kind of reminds me of my coworker, but like in the best way possible.
Don't like it? No. Okay, okay. You're entitled to your own opinion.
We're dead again.
Whoa, we're in a snow globe?
Ooh, yeah.
Smooth.
Woo! Attraction is like a magnet, but
You
you
need a
need both
pee.
poles.
I'll
No,
pee after this cutscene.
plus, minus, 30, man. Yeah!
Oh, me too.
This magnet will help you rediscover the attraction you once felt for each other. Yeah! One is plus, one is minus.
That's not how it works. A magnet always has both poles.
Not these magnets. Come on. Oh, hey, bye. What the? Hey, where'd he go? What?
Hey, why does this place look so familiar?
Yeah. Oh, wait. Hey, you recognize that mountain?
Yes! This is where we had our first skiing trip together.
Is this a snow globe? I thought it was a snow globe. Where the hell are we? Oh, it is a snow
Oh,
globe.
shit. He's
Oh,
huge.
no. We're stuck inside that snow globe we bought there.
Get to the top of the mountain to receive your next piece of the letter. Yeah, what if we freeze to death trying to get there? Use your magnet powers and the attraction will warm you up, baby. Yeah, you feel that?
Oh, silly.
Just feel the warmth. Kiss it. You like?
What is wrong with that guy?
He's obscene. Ooh, chilly.
I'm gonna pee. I need a pee.
let's get
I'm
it.
gonna pee.
That'll
Yep.
warm us up.
Potty break.
And maybe we can warm up somewhere inside along the way.
Oh, I sure hope so.
I'm so bad. What is up? Do what I want, but I'm your mother. You wouldn't listen to your mom? You wouldn't listen to your mother? Hmm. Welcome back. Thank you so much. Thank you. I had a nice tinkle. My bladder is so empty. What's up here? Is there anything? Oh no, there's an invisible wall. Okay.
I'm back.
Welcome back, partner. Welcome back. Oh,
I got a snack, partner.
yay! A snack?
My
Dang, I
backpack's
wish I had
reacting to
snacks.
something.
Got a. Oh,
May I let you through?
Wait, wait, wait.
I got
Oh,
an
and then you
ice
push
cream
it.
sandwich.
Oh,
We're in a snow
scream
globe.
sandwich.
Track, same
What the
colours,
fuck? I want
repel.
one. Can I have one?
Oh, oh,
So
oh,
I
I'm freezing.
push things.
Hell yeah, I'll
I
send
push
it right
things
there.
away from me, and you pull them towards you. Huh?
Help me get to the other
Wait,
side,
how does this
Cody.
work?
Oh,
Oh my god.
oh, I pull.
Yeah, you pull and I push.
Oh, I do pull. All right. Oh, cause it's blue.
Yeah. Yeah.
Just depends on
Magnet
what
shit.
color it is.
Goddamn. Oh my god. Oh, I didn't click. What the
Oh,
hell? I
Wait,
thought I
what's the
clicked
color
it.
here?
I think I just missed.
Oh.
Oh. Oh, oh no, it's a magnet. Oh. Oh, wait,
I think you
it's
pull this one.
mine.
Oh wait.
Different
Yeah.
colours attract,
Oh.
same colours repel. How do you do it?
Does the youngest get... Oh. Were you spoiled endlessly by your parents? Oh. Thank you.
Nice.
I'll pull things,
cool.
right? Do I? Oh no, you pull things. I'll push things. I'm a pusher.
Oh, oh, look! A saw! Hey, remember
Oh, yeah,
our
yeah, yeah.
first Christmas with Rose?
You mean when all the Christmas trees were sold out?
Yeah. And when we snuck into the woods and cut down one ourselves?
I thought we'd get caught for sure.
Tree's going down.
Yeah, fuck trees.
Timber.
Fuck nature. Fuck nature.
Those devices look powerful. Wow! Amazing! Oh, if the attraction is this strong, then the reverse must be true.
Fun boxes. Oh wait, maybe wait. Oh yeah. Oh, I see. Cause it pushes us away cause we're the same. I see. Oh, that's so smart. I gotta parkour up here because I'm lame. Oh, I see. What?
Okay. Oh,
I just fucked. Oh. Fuck you.
Okay, now you help me get over there.
So, I just woke up since I got off work yesterday. Oh, good morning. How was your day yesterday? Was I streaming yesterday? I wasn't streaming yesterday, was I? I wasn't streaming yesterday, yeah. How was your day yesterday? I just... Yeah. Oh, we have to
Okay,
keep holding
okay.
on. easy? That's good. An easy day at work is the best day at work. Today, for me,
Oh, it's bright.
work was really chill today. I'm actually like... You know how some days it feels like work is lasting forever and ever and ever? Today it felt like it went by really quickly. I guess it was an hour shorter than it usually is, but I was like happy the entire time.
What? How do I help you?
You push it towards me or something? I don't know. Actually, how the fuck do I get over there? How the fuck? Do I just make the jump?
Oh,
It is not makeable.
I got it. Okay, maybe I don't.
Thank you. Oh, see.
Yeah.
That's so cool. Oh. Sick.
Damn, this is really bright. What the heck?
It is. It's like a flashbang. Oh damn, imagine needing to climb the walls. Wouldn't be me. How? Oh, whoa.
Cody, look! A cabin!
Oh,
what the
yes!
fuck?
Sweet shelter!
Wait, can I connect to that?
Wait a minute. What the heck? Oh,
What? How? Wait, how do I... Oh, maybe... Is there somewhere I can pull from here? Oh, there is. I pull it
ooh, yeah,
up.
yeah.
Good job.
Come on, May. Can't wait to warm up.
It looks familiar.
Yeah, now that you mention it.
Yeah, good job.
It's the cabin we stayed in.
Good job, us. We're the best. The tall door.
Oh, hey!
The humongous door.
Our old skates here.
Yeah.
Put them on.
I don't think we've been skating since we were here.
I know. I don't know why. I love skating.
Me too. Oh, look, Cody. Our winter clothes.
Oh,
Here you go.
yes. Awesome.
A winter drip?
Freezing my ass off.
I like it here.
So nice.
Was it this cozy when we were here?
Yeah. Yeah, it's just...
I love
Like I
winter.
remember.
I love winter.
You wanna hang out here for a while?
We should get going.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right.
I know, come on.
What? Where are you going?
Race you to the bottom.
All right, you're on.
Snow. I can't control snow, so then I can. What the hell?
Oh, I
Awesome
love
job.
ice skating.
Oh my god,
I
so
really
laggy.
miss doing this.
I must have been a hockey pro in a previous life, right?
Oh, there's like infinite spin.
Oh, this ice feels great.
Ah, perfect for skating.
Yeah, and I still got the hang of it.
So do I.
A mini?
Woohoo! We should do this more often.
It's a minigame? Are you a minigame? That is not a minigame. I got excited. Leave earlier. I was late. Oh no, this one? The hell? Oh. Good ring.
Hey, Cody. You remember this town?
Yeah, of course. This is where we spent our first Christmas together.
What's happened
Dude,
here?
our winter fits are so
Used to be
cute.
so
Look at the
busy.
scarves, the winter jackets, the puffer jacket.
Yes. Where are they? This town used to be like your relationship. Alive, and fun.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
That is crazy.
Look at it now. Silent, dead, frozen.
Yeah, okay.
You need to wake it up from its winter sleep.
How are we gonna do that, genius? There's ice everywhere.
Use your magnets.
Magnets don't melt ice.
Exactly. But the bells in this town can break the ice. Now, break the ice and get your prize.
Did he say we have to ring the bells?
Yeah. Ring the bells to break the ice.
Really?
Minigames? This looks
Hell
like
yeah.
there'd be a
Crazy
minigame here.
ideas.
Come on, let's do
Where
it
are
for
the
the town.
minigames? Where are you minigames?
Where are the mini games?
Yeah, where the minigames at? Where they? Not here. Are you a minigame? You're not a minigame.
Oh,
Minigame somewhere.
found something.
I feel like this
Wait,
isn't
we were
for
supposed
the
to go to the
minigame.
tower though, huh?
Yeah, where's the minigame at? Where that? This bridge looks promising. What is up this bridge? This is a start. This is where we came from, huh?
Next part, next part.
Oh man, there's no minigame here. Get up there.
Oh, oh shoot.
Hey, how did you get on
Ready?
it? The hell? Oh, I see.
Oh,
I see.
hell
Here
yeah.
goes nothing.
Damn, you smacked that
My
shit.
god. What's that? I don't even know what that is.
My god, you woke them all up.
We have freed their souls.
Oh, the sweet sound of
You can pay
success.
us back in
Good job,
copious amounts of money
Got that
and
right.
They
gold
look like
and jewels.
lemon grabs.
Lemon grabs? What are
Ice lemon grabs.
Oh, the town looks like how I remember
Yeah,
it
I know what
now.
you're talking about, but I also don't know what you're talking about. The lemon grab thing has a huge ass nose like they do, right?
From Adventure Time.
Oh, okay, I know what you're talking. I know what you're talking about. I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, it goes. Oh, something like that. Screams all out.
Or Adventure Time. I feel like Adventure Time was so cool, and I haven't watched like any of it. Was it on Cartoon Network? I didn't have Cartoon Network. Wait, did I?
What? Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't have Cartoon Network. Lemon. I love lemon. Lemon tastes so good.
Now you can watch it.
This place really is
I'll
a
watch it
sleeping
now.
village.
Oh, I missed the hustle and bustle when we were here.
Where are the
It was
minigames?
crowded.
And fun.
Hope we can wake it up.
Okay, that is
Looks
the
like there are
objective.
3 bell
So
towers.
Oh,
Let's pick one and get started. A pile of snowballs.
here's one.
I might throw 1 or 2.
Ooh, a pile of
Or this might be
snowballs.
just for fun.
Let's see if the old hands still got it.
oh, it's just a for fun thing?
Oh,
Or what
I'm
is it
gonna
just for
get
fun
ya.
thing?
Nice,
Nice?
cool.
Nice?
Oh wait.
Watch out, here it comes.
I'm so
not sure.
confused. Bicycle throwing?
Maybe it's locked.
Wait, ground pound? No?
What the heck? Maybe we have to... I don't know. Maybe there's a bell here somewhere.
I liked out his midsection. He has become small. I like this though. I like this. Hmm. So strange. Where's the minigame at?
Burp.
What did this guy do? He's so small. He's so small. Where the minigame at?
Ooh, what's this? I think they're all like frozen. It looks like one too, but it's kind of like frozen.
I guess we have to do that then, huh? Maybe, yeah, I guess the mini game isn't unlocked until we do the belt. It's a little bit strange.
Oh yeah, they're like beacons.
Oh, wonder if we can use that crate.
Oh. Oh wait. I need it over here first. Oh.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
I can hold on to this just a little bit.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Oh no.
Had to get all the way up, I think.
Get all the way up. Oh shit, I walked the wrong direction.
Yeah. Alright. Go back. Hell yeah.
Start that shit.
Boing. Hell
Okay,
yeah.
now all the ice is broken and we can play our mini game.
Pancakes.
I would kill somebody for a pancake right now. I would commit murder.
Look at the lights. Feels much warmer here now.
Damn.
I think I see a little marketplace.
All sorts of murder. All sorts of murder.
Lollipops.
Dartboards. With ice.
Bicycle throw.
Cool.
Oh.
Hey, Cody.
Oh, this looks hard. What's my target you?
Oh,
Oh, is
hell
this like an
yeah.
aim
Aim
training
training.
thing? Oh shit.
Darts is definitely mine.
Yeah, but
My sense feels so low. I'm scared.
Same principles.
Oh, so.
Oh. Oh. Oh.
Ring true, my arrow.
Iced it! I got this!
I'm not proud of this. I got the only one that mattered for real.
Love that sound.
But it's worth it. Yes.
Oh shit, I'm goated. I'm goated.
Up.
Icicle shot.
Oh, I missed that one. That was the good one.
If you, I think there's a game like this on Resident Evil.
Oh, what is there?
That's crazy. Dang, you're killing me. I
Holy
think you're up
shit.
2.
Oh, my fingers are frozen.
Up by 2 point. I'm better. I'm up by 2. Let's go. I hope it stays.
Oh, so good.
This one's caramel or chocolate? What is this one? Oh, look at them.
This is delicious.
I'm gonna eat them all. Nom, 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 nom. Nom, 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 nom.
Yummy.
Okay, you just eat them all.
I can't take more.
I'm about to get some pancakes to torture you. Can I at least get pictures? I want
This
pancakes.
is
Fuck.
delicious.
Oh,
We're
I
fat.
can't eat another bite. Maybe.
Oh, we about to kill this person?
Oh, fuck
no.
yeah. Oh, I will. And then I will pull, and then you will.
Oh shit. Oh! That poor
Entire
fella.
town. One guy dead is fine. It's totally fine.
There's another mini game.
What is this? Sleeping?
Oh,
Oh, we can sit down.
just for fun.
Like sunbathing, but
Oh,
oh my, they're
if I did this
sunbathing.
every day, that'd be heaven.
Winter bathing. The hell?
What the heck?
Description: I'm begging for a picture of the pancakes, please. I'm hungry. I'm sunbathing.
There's 2 spots.
Wait, we're supposed to over here?
Oh, man.
Oh, I missed. I'll come back to sunbathe with you. Wait, what the
I
hell?
deserve this. I've been good. Maybe not great. Good enough.
Oh my god, that's a flashbang. Don't
Oh,
look up.
achievement.
Chance to chill out.
Achievement.
Thank you.
This is where we hung out last
Damn,
time,
I can't
too.
believe you
Remember?
do your mother like that, bro. That's evil.
I can feel the sun warming my face.
No, really? Yeah, you deserve it. Give yourself pat on the back.
I was another person we can.
Okay, after
Murder.
we do the after we do the
Oh.
next level. How do we do the next level? Whoa, what the hell? Hey, where's
You help to murder this person.
Oh wait, what the hell? Where are you? Oh, over there, I see. Hello? I don't. Oh, like. Wait,
Oh.
wait. Oh, I pushed. Oh, sorry, my bad.
But how did you do it actually?
Wait, how do I?
Oh, yeah. Then you
I mean,
can pull him
I don't know.
down, and then you can pull him towards you.
We sledding too. How do we go sledding?
Oh. Oh wait. Oh, we can't do it. Wait, we can.
Wait, what the
Okay.
hell?
Oh. Okay, maybe we can't kill this guy.
Yeah. He's unkillable. That's not fair. I wanted to
lucked
wipe
out.
him out. Oh, wait. Alright. Do I have to do something up here?
Okay, I see.
Maybe I don't. No, I feel like we can't kill him for some reason. Yeah, I think this guy's unkillable.
Oh well.
Where am I supposed to go to next?
He wins.
He does win.
Next
Going
beacon.
both sides of my mono. Damn.
Barbell.
Okay. Like. Do this one. How do we do this one? Oh, look at this.
This looks to be turning the big wheel.
Whoa.
2P is. Oh man. Doesn't want to listen to his mother anymore. So sad.
Wow, this is some proper machinery.
Yeah, I saw the bell tower up above.
Oh.
Is there a blue? Oh, there's a blue.
Too
There's a
much.
no. Keep turning. Keep turning. Keep
Oh, I
turning.
see,
Keep
I see.
turning.
Oh. Oh. Hell yeah.
What's this do?
Join me up here, Cody.
Okay.
Ah. Oh.
He made it though. just had too much power. See pancake photos from my own son. Oh, it's a snow globe and a snow globe.
Ooh.
Let's do the mini game.
Whoa, Snow Globeception.
Snow globeception.
Look, May! Shuffleboard! Ah, nice.
Oh shit.
See if you get to the the see the name of people you gifted subs to. I fucking want to eat some pancakes. Oh my goodness. What the heck? Oh.
Hell yeah.
What the hell? What the hell? Oh. Yeah. Oh, all the power. I see that now. You really do have all the power. What the hell? Got a gifted sub. Congrats. Oh my god. He's about to give Sony subs. He's about to give more subs than there are people on following me on this channel. What the hell? Thank you so much. Whoa. I have unlocked so many subs. Do you have unlocked so many sub points? I'm gonna have to draw 1,000,000 emotes now. Oh my goodness. I'm gonna have to get back to the art kitchen and keep cooking like every single day. Oh shit. Thank you so much. That is a fucking lot of people. Oh my god. Holy
That's
crazy. That is this is insane. This is insane. This is literally insane. What the fuck? What the fuck? Thank you so much, Israel. What the? I'm still number one. Still number one. Let's go. Game? Mark your pucks as close to the edge as possible. Oh my god. Thank you so much, Israel. What the? As close to the edge?
Wishful thinking.
Watch my puck.
Do we do it?
Oh!
Smooth shuffle. Damn! Points for me.
Damn. What the fuck?
Replicate it again?
No way. That's my only hope.
So much Israel. What the fuck? That was you did not. You really did not have to.
Damn.
I'm so grateful though. Thank you so much, Israel. What the frickety frag? What the hell?
I think someone touched my pucks.
Oh my god. Dude, I'm only seeing W's right now. I win my minigame and I'm winning and I'm getting bajillion subs. Holy shit. Oh my god.
You deserved that one. That's crazy.
I did not deserve shit. Oh my god. This is nice, yeah. Holy shit. I took first place. You did. You did take first place. Within the span of like, how many days? 3 days? 4 days? 4 days and you've taken first place? Oh my god. Take it back. No, don't do that. Don't challenge me. That's fucked up. Don't pressure other people into spending money. That's actually fucked up. Don't do that. So much. The power of September is very, very strong. Even last September, I remember once a certain somebody also went crazy with the gifted subs. Thank you very much, Unknown. I appreciate it. I know that is you could have, but you didn't. Out of like politeness for other people. You got the emo too? Wait, what is the emo you get? Well, stick the pot. Wait, I wanna draw my own emotes like that. What the fuck? That's adorable. The first day I came into dude, the first day you came into my stream, you donated more money than I've ever seen in my life. I swear, I swear. You donated before you even said anything, and I for some reason thought you're gonna charge back, so I was like very afraid. But you didn't. I sometimes wonder if I'm just like still once again having a schizophrenic episode. Like one day I'll just wake up and I'll just be streaming to 0 viewers. Like this all never existed. I know you never would, but like when I first met you, I thought that was gonna happen. I thought I was gonna be down like $40 from the chargebacks or something. That okay?
Oh.
Maybe I'm not supposed to go
I
there.
was doing that part. Oh. I see.
I'm supposed to climb up here. Look.
Gotcha.
Oh, cool. Good. God.
What? No, what?
It'd be funny to see Kari mad, because I've never seen her mad ever. She's so sweet. I can't even like think. I don't even think she has like the ability to get mad.
I don't want to fall.
Oh shit. Oh my god, that is hard. See, I'm really so fucking glad. What the hell? Thank you so much, though. I'm just like, I'm like really thinking about it. I'm like, you did not have to do that. Oh, that's super nice when someone is genuine in their donos. Yeah, for real. Or like, oh my god. It's so cursed when I see on Twitter like a bunch of people, they get donations, especially when they're going through like a really tough period in their life, and the person donates on purpose to charge back to fuck with them. That's like the most evil shit. I remember I saw this one girl on Twitter. She got diagnosed with cancer, so she was getting donations from people to like help pay for her stuff. And people like kept donating to charge back, so she would like lose money, and it was so fucked up. Like, who in the world does that? She can, and I've seen it. I've never seen Kari mad. I'm kind of curious. It's so fucked up though, right? Like, there's really no need.
Who's this?
Turtle?
Turtle? Out here?
It's supposed to be going.
It's a weird looking turtle. Oh,
The funky looking turtle. Or is it a tortoise? No, it's a turtle. Where are we supposed to be
Oh.
going?
we're supposed to get its babies.
We're stealing its babies now? From murderer to kidnapper.
Don't worry. We promised to bring your children home.
Oh
put
wait,
'em
we're doing
back.
good things. We're doing good things. I thought we were just stealing babies or something.
Oh.
You know what? Out of all the crimes we've done, stealing babies would not have been the worst. Remember? We literally like tortured that one elephant,
What?
literally ripping it limb from limb, and then shoving it off a cliff, and then being extremely happy when our daughter cried over it. Like holy shit, that is some villainous behavior.
Yeah, you right.
Yeah,
You right. You right.
yeah. Well, I could charge back, but I made the choice to give people the money, so why should I charge back? I don't know. There's just like really evil people out there that charge back because it's funny to them. But really, it ain't funny at all. They're the clowns. The only funny thing is dumb. They're sad, pathetic
Murder
lives.
more people.
Oh shit.
They like it.
They're enjoying this? How do we send them into orbit? I like talking about evil people and then we're doing this. We're doing this to the poor civilians of this town. Oh my god.
Here we go.
Could charge back and I'd still be happy because I feel like the happiness I felt in these moments, they still existed. Like I still felt happiness in the end, even if it was just for a brief moment. I was still happy.
But we didn't do this minigame. Wasn't there another minigame?
Wait, there's another minigame? So, where's the door?
Right here, right?
Oh my god, it was like a mirror maze. I didn't know where the fucking exit was. Oh, snowball arena.
Hey! Snowballs!
So, Jezreel, you did not have to. That was insane. You did not have to. I'm so appreciative. Thank you. About the snowball piles, aim and throw. We've been throwing snowballs all day.
I
Okay.
declare war.
And I will defeat you, snow villain.
You shall go
We're throwing it at each other.
all the others.
Yeah, snow villain. What? What the?
Bring it on! Yeah!
Wait. You're better. Wait, I want snowballs. Oh shit, I have to get snowballs? God, I got destroyed. You're way better at throwing snowballs. I should lose
gotta catch
my
up.
Canadian privileges. My Canadian snowman privileges or something. Oh, let's go.
Only held 2 snowballs in my life.
Damn. I feel like once you defeat a Canadian in snowball fighting, you automatically get a green card.
Oh hell yeah. Canadian.
No, but it's less than what I donate in most days. It's insane. That's an insane amount to me. To give to another person, thank you so much, Ezreal. Even though it ain't much to you, it's so much to me.
Look at all those funny people.
You go to bed thanks to the
Whole
second
town is
monitor
alive
company.
again.
I might have procrastinated
made
by
it.
typing more than I should have.
my ears
Thank you
are
for
still
coming
ringing.
by, and thank you for procrastinating,
Good
even though
job there,
it's
Cody.
not good for you. But
You too.
I'm happy you came along and you chatted for a
Hey,
while.
there's the shop where
I
I
hope
got
it
your
was fun.
Christmas gift.
I hope you have a good sleep. Have good dreams.
What? You
Night
told me you
night.
got my gifts before we got here.
I did, but I left them at home.
You could have
It's
told
not that
me.
it's not
Instead of
that it's
spending
not
money
it's
on
not the
new
happiness
gifts.
or
I was worried you'd be disappointed.
oh, that's
not.
so
I could have
sweet.
waited for
Thank
my
you so
Christmas
much,
presents.
Israel.
But
And
what
I'm sure
happened to the gifts at home?
everybody
Oh, I hid them.
appreciates all that you
Those are your
do.
presents for next year.
Smart as always.
You know
man.
what? So many people out there would not be able to do the same. Like even like 0.001% chance. I mean, there's bajillionaires out there that they don't donate, they don't do anything. In fact, they just like they take more than they give, you know.
Awesome!
So it's really nice seeing that you do as much as you
Yeah.
possibly can. I appreciate it. So many others appreciate it.
Feels good.
It's so nice. Thank you.
Hell yeah, partner.
Still, I hope you have a really, really, really good sleep. Hope
Got
his
myself a
pillow's
big
cold
head.
forever. Dude, he has like the comfiest pillow. Big head. Big B. Oh my god. Wait, how did you get a hat? Wait, I want a hat.
This one
You
fits
steal hats?
perfectly.
Like this blue hat. I feel like a
hat's too
fancy
big, I'm
train
falling over.
conductor.
Oh,
And I don't even get a picture. Oh man, I'm hungry. I haven't bought a purple pillow yet. I want one. Oh, you should get one. You deserve it for real. Thank you so much, Ezreal. Thank you so much.
Oh yeah!
It's so crazy to drop it. Drop in like in one sitting. Not to mention like the last couple of days you did an insane amount already. Thank you so much. Like truly. It's a lot. Thank you. Oh my god. Zexicles. Oh, we're like wiping each other out.
well,
We keep bumping into each other. Oh my god, we're going into a whale.
Okay, that's it. Get me out of here, man.
Oh,
What are you
it's
talking
interesting.
about? This is insanely cool.
It's not here. Pancakes ain't here. Oh my god, but I'm thinking about the pancakes and how I'm not gonna get a picture. Oh my god. Blueberry pancakes. Blueberry pancakes are so good. Do you fuck with blueberry pancakes, Unknown?
Oh no!
oh yeah.
Blueberry pancakes are the shit.
Heavy some pancakes.
Yum. With some syrup and some butter. Goddamn, so delicious.
Incredible.
Awesome. Picture, you think I wouldn't send? I thought you were being serious. I'm really getting a picture. I'm so hungry. Oh, thank you so much. I really want a picture of these pancakes. The last time I ate pancakes was like last year.
Come on.
How are we supposed to get to the top of the mountain from here?
Oh, come
Oh.
on!
Oh, jump
The
scare.
lighthouse will take you to the top of the mountain. Just follow its light.
But the light's not on.
Sometimes. Here! The answer is hidden beneath the surface. Dive in and dive deep.
That looks chilly. I don't do well in cold water.
What the hell? Jumping in water?
Water in a snow globe? How does that work? How does that make sense?
Cowabunga!
Cowabunga. Down?
I can't
Swim
breathe.
down.
We're dolls, Cody. We can breathe perfectly fine.
Oh,
But thank you again, Ezreal. I can't believe you did that. That was fucking
Wow,
insane.
I've never dived this deep before.
Oh, not here? Fuck.
Yeah, it's not chilly at all. But where's the
Are we
lighthouse?
in a fish
Pretty
tank?
close by. I wonder how
Transported
it'll help
from
us get to the top
snow
of the
globe to
mountain.
fish tank? Maybe. Whoops.
What is that machine?
I think it's right under the
Oh,
lighthouse.
maybe.
What is this place?
More guys.
Oh, it's huge.
We. There's one detailed snow globe.
okay,
That
yeah,
book.
of course.
What's no? They're full of water. The way to make a water illusion inside of it is to get a liquid more dense than water. That won't mix it. What is more dense? Is oil more dense? That's how, like lava lamps, right? Oil and...
Okay, I tell them.
Oh, but they don't use water. What is more dense than water? I don't know. I'm not good with science.
Say what again?
You see those generators over there? Repair
How
them.
are they generating
Sweet
underwater?
candy will flow again.
I see. Okay. So, don't tell me. We're just gonna bring the sweetness back into our relationship.
Of course. Without sweetness, our relationship will die.
Yeah, right. Just throw us some sweets and we'll cancel the divorce.
Sweetness comes in many forms. Man, when was the last time you thanked Cody for taking care of everything in your home?
Well,
And when have you shown May some appreciation for working overtime to support the family? Huh? Huh? Huh?
Well, there was that time when, you know...
Exactly. Now, turn on the candy production and make
Oh,
the
wait, what is more
sweetness
dense than water
flow
then?
again.
Oil slider. What is more dense than water?
Hope you packed your toolkit.
oh, I get it. The lighthouse is the candy
Thank
factory.
you. Thank you for.
Oh.
What the fuck?
The generator.
That was a window.
Turn on the
The
lights.
hell?
Follow the pipes.
Thank you for.
Get up
Oh! What? Follow the pipes. Oh, wait, I'm following blue?
Whoa.
That place looks real
Oh,
hard and spooky down
happiness.
there.
Thank you.
What's this?
There's no way to fix this leak with our hands.
We gotta get a screwdriver. Oh, here we go.
Oh my, that's a
Wait,
big
do we-
fish.
There's a little like wrench thingy right here.
I found
Wrench
the wrench.
thing.
Help me.
Holy shit! What?
Oh, I was not a fan of that.
I was not expecting
I
that.
was not either. Why is there angler
Wait,
fish in the
well,
fucking.
yeah, okay.
In the,
That was
in the,
crazy.
in the, dude, this is scary.
Righty, tighty.
Lefty, Lucy,
Oh,
righty,
God.
tighty.
Oh,
Righty, tighty. Have you
coming.
known science experiment where you mix a lot of liquids? No. I went to a bunch of different schools.
Not this way, please.
Did we do it? Oh, let's pull this.
Next one, next one.
The most. Oh, wait, that one's so far though. Are we going for the next? Yeah, let's go down. That one's far. Like, I did more science experience in elementary school than I did high school. But I kept moving, so like all the experiments I did were like always the same. Like, everyone's done the oobleck experiment, but I feel like I've done that 5 million times because I just kept transferring schools.
Right is the right way.
Righty tighty, lefty loosey.
Bro is angry. Oh
I think I just
no!
lost a few years there.
Wait, did I get eaten? I was just trying to.
Oh no, he's hungry
There's
for you.
angler fishes. We're not even deep. We're not even in the deep sea, and there's fucking anglerfish. It's insane.
Just one more. But first, swim.
Middle school?
We
Did
got
a
some
science
crazy
thing?
pets.
We do. Yeah, what the hell? This thing they're gonna whip out is a gray white shark or something.
Nice.
In middle school, I did a science thing where we showed how ligaments moved the more fingers they took. The thing from me, because you flipped the kid off in front of the teachers. You were a delinquent, goddamn.
That candy.
Delinquent behavior in middle school. Oh,
Let's find another one.
No, not me. Please.
where we had.
Hey, find another one.
Where
What?
the hell?
What?
Oh, this looks violent. What am I supposed to do here? Oh, wait, this is just the generator. Oh, we finished the generator. Dar. What am I doing?
Oh, this one?
We follow the other pipes. Because there was 3, I
Oh,
think,
okay.
right? There's like a lot of pipes. Is that the captain? Is that captain? Yo!
Oh,
Thank
yeah,
you.
you're
Thank
so
you for the
rad.
hydrate.
Which one?
Captain?
Where'd you go?
Wait, which
Oh.
one did I initially follow?
This
Oh
green
wait,
one?
it's we can take we can do the green one. Yeah. Let's go. Captain! Hi Captain! Is that a fucking swordfish? What the hell?
Where are those pipes again?
There.
I don't remember think I kept saying my first girlfriend was dating me because I paid her to be. What the fuck? Yeah, that's actually absurd. I would have done a lot more than flip him off, honestly.
Watch the edges!
I feel like an Olympic swimmer the way I'm just like moving. Oh,
Uh-oh.
maybe I'm not an Olympic swimmer.
Michael Phelps.
Yeah. Holy shit, I almost did not make it.
Whoa.
I fought him after school as well. Damn. You were just him. I say I was tough, but like I was like the opposite of tough. I was bullied hella. I was the one that was getting fought and beaten up. For real, for real. I've only been beaten up once in my life though. That was only one time. To be fair, he did karate and kung fu and all that shit. You know how scary it is to go against a motherfucker like that? Holy. How do I get up? Get up there.
Behind
What the
you.
hell? Oh. You fight? Okay, I see you. You're just him.
Oh.
Oh, shit. Goodbye, unknown. Did
Is that water?
Muay Thai? Muay Thai? Is that how you say that? Muay Thai? And karate and wrestling and... Oh, shit. All the skill. I would be so fucking terrified of you in school, but I guess I wouldn't.
Whoa.
I wouldn't need to since I would never have beef with you. But still, you did all that. Holy.
Missed it.
I don't know where I was aiming. Oh, I like aimed entirely incorrectly.
Yeah. Oh.
And then I gotta do the jump of shame. Oh, it is the gen. Is this?
Right, let's wind
What is
it up.
this?
Yep, we got this.
Actually, wait.
Is it the right way? Oh.
Nice. I was a senior in stock when I was a freshman and we fought and I didn't swing once at him and he hit me a lot, but I stayed standing at the end of it. Ew. Literally like a protagonist from a
Only one
like a
more to
manga
go.
and anime. Like the one that like even if they get beaten up, like they're still standing, they keep getting up, you know? They never give up. He gave me a bear hug and a good handshake once. Or a shake cause ate those hits and didn't fall. Damn. I hope I was tough like that, but I was not tough like that. Maybe in high school. Maybe not actually. The only advantage I had was being an overweight fat kid. But alas, I'm no longer, so I don't got that. I don't got the fat person strength in me anymore. Green ring boost speed past the yellow checkpoints to complete. This feels like Sonic or something. As long as the controls aren't inverted, we're okay.
Ready?
Set.
Calculator.
Here we go. Oh. No, we take each other's stuff. That's crazy.
Oh man! Oh, this is fucked up.
Speed skating. Love it.
That's it. Oh, he's so winning this. I'm fucked.
Oh.
No good these ones.
I'm a speed demon.
Oh no.
Where's the fucking NPCs? You know I'm bad when I'm doing bad even against the bots.
Simple.
I was born to skate.
I was born to skate.
I was clearly not born to skate.
That's right.
Okay, you're still gonna be ahead.
Ahead, I'm like far behind you, sir.
Nice.
In the competition, that is. Oh, oh shit! I'm gonna stop talking. Oh no!
There we go.
It's evil that we placed a green ring that leads directly into the fucking... into a ring. Into like a thing that you could bump into.
Yes.
Numero
Thank God.
uno. That's right.
My skate blades must be dull.
You're only one away, right?
No, we're tied.
away?
We're tied. Oh, no, never mind. I am on a way. I forgot we played the other minigame. Wait, am I?
Was that? Oh, that was away.
Am I? Wait, am I
Oh,
one way or are
this
we
is
tied?
back.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, you're one ahead.
Okay, I forgot. Thank you for keeping track. Affect and he protect me since this is like some actual story manhwa, like some fighter manhwa
Follow pipes.
backstory.
Activate pipes.
That's actually insane. Oh. Daytime. I had to be tough and thick-skinned. Yeah, that makes sense. You're like really, really tough. Muay Thai and like a bunch of other. You got military training on top of that too. Sheesh.
Oh,
Oh, I can see the generator. It's on the opposite side.
nice.
It's pretty warm in here. Ah, is that lava? Ah,
Go here.
halfway there. So where do we go from here?
Oh, let me see.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Nice. Oh,
Hold on. Skate on ice or regular? Yeah, me too. I don't know how to skate either. I've been traumatized ever since I went skating with my friends and they pushed me up to the center. My goodness, I can't believe they did that to me. Like, I was already hesitant about skating in the first place, and then they did that shit to me, and now I'm like, I really don't want to ever ice skate.
meet you back over there.
Wait, oh, I'm supposed to follow you? Where am I supposed to go? Oh, wait, you came out. Oh.
Whoa, that sounds so cool. Oh,
Yeah.
we got one piece of paper already, right?
Yeah, we got one. This is only our second one. The night is gonna be so long.
Okay.
Oh,
Oh.
lord. Oh, wait. Oh, wait. Oh.
That was a cutscene.
We do.
Feels great to be above the ground.
I can't stay up super, super late though. I
What a
think
wonderful view.
there's people coming tomorrow to repair my windows, so I gotta be awake for
The
that.
360 view.
I think it's like 9 a.m.
Yeah, I'm getting dizzy.
Keep
Gotcha.
on going, Cody. Almost there.
Dang.
Yeah, it's early. I remember like a couple days ago,
Early bird.
they hella woke me up by like drilling at 9 a.m. It was like not even drilling. It was like the most insane and loudest sounds possible, and they did it at 9 a.m. in the morning. After I stayed up until 5 streaming.
That shouldn't be legal.
It really shouldn't.
That is crazy.
I know. I had really bad sleep that day. When is that? Yesterday?
Come on, this way.
I think that was yesterday actually. Or was I? I don't know. My sense of time is quite bad right now.
Perfect. Ski lift.
I hope it leads to the top of the mountain.
Yeah, so do I.
Oh, nice.
You gotta go to their house and wake them up.
Here we go.
Ooh. I'm gonna cause a ruckus. I'm gonna set off some bombs. Maybe not that, but I'll do something.
Oh my god.
Finally, a breather.
Yeah, we have earned it.
We sure have.
Reason I woke up because lightning hit hard near my. Oh my! Be careful. Stay safe. Wait, lightning in the middle of summer? Or I guess it's not summer anymore. It's like nearing autumn, but still lightning.
You know, we haven't been on vacation since Rose was born.
You doing okay?
Has it been that long?
Yep. Wait, why did we stop going skiing?
Well, Rose was born, and then the bills piled up.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess.
You can blame all your issues.
we had that leak in the
That's what
roof,
I'm
remember?
hearing right now.
Oh, don't remind me.
But over time that he's been complaining
Maybe
about.
once we sold the
The
house,
time that
some
they
money
weren't
left
able
over
to
for
spend
the
together,
trip.
blame it on
Maybe
Rose.
you could take Rose to Waterland.
Yeah, it's a great idea. Yeah. She's been bugging us
It's
all
all
summer to
Rose's
take her
fault.
It's all Rose's
Jesus.
fault.
Yeah,
God
but it's my
damn you,
turn.
Yeah,
Rose.
she got to
God
go
damn you,
Double the
Rose.
fun.
Yeah. Yeah, double the fun.
Make her cry again.
Yeah. Rip that open limbs off again.
Speaking of fun,
Let's race.
Damn. Oh, yeah.
What is happening?
hold on to your leash, Cody!
Is that a ramp?
Over there, there's a ramp.
Gonna be a bumpy ride.
Whoa.
What's this? What the fuck? What? I'm going underground. Music's so epic.
Yeah.
Hey!
Did we make it?
You made it!
Whoa!
Is this?
get
Oh,
so
grab
fast?
me.
Oh, these
Whoa.
legs were born to race.
What did that do?
What's the point of that? Oh, I'm supposed to do something here, maybe?
Aha! Those hooks in the roof will be useful.
What? Those hooks in the roof?
Hmm.
What hooks is she talking about? Am I blind?
Oh, right here.
Is that a monster?
Oh, wait, what is
Whatever
this?
it is, I'm
What the-
glad it's frozen. Look, we can slide this thing around.
Oh, I need you.
Two-man job? It is a two-man job. I'm coming. Oh my. Where are we supposed to bring this? I see.
Up there. Feel you.
And then I've gotta... Oh shoot.
Oh.
Oh shoot. Sorry, that was my bad. Oh.
Oh, okay. Wait, these?
You help me over here, you ground. Oh, I see.
Nice, okay. Oh, and you.
Oh wait, what? Oh, that's me.
Am I falling back? No. Hell yeah.
You're so slow. Oh shit. I just left you stranded. Oh god. Yeah, you almost didn't make it there.
We got it. We're the best.
With the best team of you. Oh, what the fuck? We're skating on a spine.
What's this?
How
Thousands of years old.
the fuck is this?
Forgot about these things, but I just hope they hold up.
These were mighty creatures. We're like ants compared to them.
Feisty creatures.
It's this.
Oh,
just so fun.
Oh, look! A cabin! Let's see if they know the way to the top!
The time I found all y'all's stream, I started watching One Piece from the beginning and I'm barely halfway. Wait, what the hell? I feel like you haven't started watching Kari that long ago. How have you finished so much One Piece already? That's like at least 500 episodes.
Wait a minute. What, are we dying now?
Not you, but your relationship.
Relationship.
With a P.
No, relation shit.
What?
Shit, like
Like
caca.
caca.
You need to rebuild your relationship into a relation ship.
Are we about to go sailing?
Okay, Mr. President. Yeah, our relationship
1K. Okay, you probably watched like 600 episodes or something then.
Something new can
Jesus
be built.
Christ.
And the attraction can grow freely, you know?
Oh no.
Oh, yes! Let's break it, baby! Come on!
Let's break the ice, baby.
Hey, come on.
Oh, Lord. Are you skating? Oh, shit.
Keep on skating!
I thought the book was speaking in
Keep on skating. You want him to stop skating?
Get out of here!
Keep moving!
Oh.
Oh!
So much for a pleasant trip!
Faster, Cody! Or it'll kill us!
God, she's so... You're not the IGL you think you are, lady.
IGL.
IGL. Go. Stay. I died. Oh shit. Oh my god. It sucked me towards the wrong finish thing. I don't know what to call this. Well, I got like the entire screen to myself. I feel so special. Episode 515 out of 1141. Jesus. Is it good so far? Is it peak?
Yes! I feel like crap.
No! Your attraction has grown stronger! Look! See? Now use your growing attraction to get to the top of the mountain! Vámonos!
I'm a
Oh, we can
nose.
break the ice? It's cool.
Breaking shit.
These babies are strong!
Indeed, the
Hearing
whole
you.
is greater than the parts.
You got me?
The
I got
magnetic
you.
attraction is getting
Oh shit,
stronger.
wait.
All right.
Oh,
Okay,
there we
I have to...
Your turn. Hell yeah.
God, wait, this is sick as fuck. Oh wait, I see.
Oh, yeah. Nice.
Our magnets can pull us closer.
Easy now,
Hell
man.
Sick.
We'll get back to her soon.
Oh shit, don't do that, don't do that, don't do that, don't do that.
Oh, okay. I see. I go
I
other side.
see, I see what you're putting down. I see what you're putting down.
I bet my magnet can pull yours in too.
Oh, shit. Okay, you jump and then I'll go. And that's how that'll be like a countdown. Is when you jump. Hell yeah.
Amazing.
Did you hear that, May?
Year time skip.
coming.
Oh, year time skip.
We should stay close to each other.
It's a long time.
Keep your magnet.
That's a
ready.
really 2 years.
Oh, I
It's
can
really long.
feel this magnet pulling towards you.
What's the point of this? It's doing anything?
There's the tower.
Speed up after that. That's
Just
good.
have to get up this hill.
I'd hope after like
Oh.
500 episodes, things would speed up.
Cody!
Oh, I got you.
Grab
I
onto
see.
me! Don't let go, Cody! You can do this, Cody!
Let's
Push
see.
on!
Where are we walking? Oh, okay.
Hey, we got. Oh,
Wait, how come I can't move forward? Oh, I'm pressing the wrong button.
I hear it! Hold on tight, May! Don't give up, May! I can't do this without you!
Hell yeah.
Eye forward! Here it comes!
I forgot to walk forward.
We're gonna make it through this!
I believe in you, May! You fight through it!
The wind!
Oh, shoot.
Wait, where?
The wind can't reach us here!
Oh, the wind can't reach us here.
Oh,
Come on, May! Through the tunnel!
oh, there's a tunnel.
Oh, oh. It's legit nice.
There's some cover on the other side, May!
Wait, oh. Hell yeah. Uh-oh.
We're fine, we're fine.
We go for it? What do you think?
No. No. Is this cover?
Oh, nice. Nice.
Is this cover?
We're almost by the tower!
Oh, what's that?
Oh no. Where am I supposed to go? Oh, it's wind. Oh!
I'm losing
Oh,
grip! Help!
is this right?
No? Oh shoot.
Wait, we're back to where we started. Oh.
What?
Okay, I'm gonna go on that side.
I see.
Make it alone to the other side!
Alright, you jump again.
Recently?
Ready?
Recently, for my brother's birthday, I
Oh,
actually
yeah.
got him a Luffy figure. And it's actually really cool looking.
Cody, there! Hurry up!
This is the nicest elevator I've ever seen. It's so fancy. The wood is so pretty.
Yeah, it's windy out there.
Oh, my ears just popped. Ooh. Ooh, yeah. Ooh.
May, look.
Wow. Look, it's so pretty.
Yeah, we brought the sweetness back.
Now I know why that book sent us here.
Yeah. This is where I proposed. I was so nervous.
I know. And that's what made it special.
Really?
You know. How you forgot your whole speech.
It was the worst proposal in the history of proposals.
No, Cody. I didn't care about the words. It was the way you handled it. Without trying to hide how scared you were. It was brave.
La 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 la.
What?
La,
The fuck? This guy is like killing the vibe.
What a beautiful moment, you two. You're making great progress. We got more work to do, though. Are you ready?
For real.
Let's get going!
Oh.
Butter looks so good. Look at that butter. It's so yellow. It's so rich in color. I would eat that on toast.
Hella toast.
Hella
Pancakes
toast.
and waffles.
Hella toast, hella pancakes and waffles, and French toast. Oh my god, French toast is delicious. It's so good.
Sheesh.
French toast is crazy. I love French toast. Damn. This was
Toast is
before
the shit.
Rosie or before Rose.
Delicious.
Yeah, French toast is so good. I haven't had a good French toast since I was like a kid.
Yeah, before she
But
ruined
man.
it all.
Yeah, before she was born. How could
Before
she
you made her
how
cry,
could
that's
she
crazy.
We're thrilled.
Good.
rip that elephant's limb
How
off?
do
Like
you find your
that was
purpose
actually
in
crazy.
life, Through, wait for it, passion.
Could we be done caught up with One Piece by game and randomly hang out with people or watch YouTube
You've
videos?
lost your passion, Cody.
Oh, I wish you luck, cause like another 600 episodes is crazy.
Life, passion, path, purpose, passion, you know, huh?
No.
Food keeps getting. Wait, you still don't have your pancakes?
Good mate. Tell him, tell
You
him.
have to wait and max another 30 minutes for pancakes? But they're scamming you. They owe you at least like 30 pancakes at this
Never
point.
understood why.
Well, I mean, firstly, you never really encouraged me, like, at all. And secondly, you never really seemed to appreciate what I did.
Oh, so now it's my fault? You see, this is why we can't live together.
You see? That's why I gave up.
I do see. But look what it did to your relationship. Cody, it's time to awaken. Passion. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh!
We're dead.
Is he gonna kill us?
Oh,
Those pancakes, some appetizers in cake. God, I'm hungry. You're making me hungry. What are you
Grounded.
doing?
You shrank.
Oh, yeah, but everything still looks beautiful. Oh. And all thanks to my painstaking groundwork on my end.
Oh, really? Painstaking groundwork, huh? Look at these. Come on.
What the hell's that?
Is that? I didn't plant
No.
that. What is it?
Yeah. Use
Straight
your
out of
head.
Plants vs.
You
Zombies.
Understand soon enough.
My head.
Yeah. Whoa, whoa,
Oh.
And May, this time you will encourage and support his passion. Yeah.
Okay.
Wait, is that pesticide?
Just watch where you point those things.
What? So onion rings, chicken strips, and mozzarella sticks. Wait a second, I'm hungry. What are you doing to me? What are you doing to me?
Whatever it is,
I'm hungry,
need to get
but
rid-
you got pancakes, you got like onion rings and mozzarella sticks and chicken strips and an omelet. Bro, I wish I was you.
Another one of these.
Wait, can we take a sec?
Making
My
my
brother
mouth
is
water
like,
over
my
there.
brother is
Okay,
messaging
you.
me right now. Wait, give me a second.
Oh.
Dude, my brother's been making expensive purchases. He really wants to buy this new watch, and he's trying to get my opinion on it.
Oh, that's better.
But it's like an insane
Looks a
price
little
tag.
dry in this
I
pot.
can't believe he's spending this much.
Oh,
Oh,
that's
it's water, it's not pesticide.
What?
Whoa! I'm
It's a
dinner.
dandelion.
Is that you?
I'm
Jump
fucking
on.
dead.
This
I'm
is
dead.
amazing.
Oh shit.
Yeah, this is amazing.
Hmm.
I'm confused. Oh, maybe I just get across.
So sometimes we need to make you a little hungry. That is true.
Oh, yeah.
I feel like I haven't been eating as much recently. Like before, I was eating like a little bit too much, and now I'm like eating not
Oops,
enough.
sorry.
I don't know what it is. I feel like if there's no balance for me, it's just like I either eat too much or I eat too little, which is so strange. I don't know why.
Oh, man, what happened to my greenhouse?
Oh, it looks terrible.
Yeah, that is what happens when you abandon your passion. It gets infected,
Infected?
That purple stuff is everywhere.
and it will keep spreading unless you stop it. So, Cody, will you nurture your
It's okay. I'm still
passion,
healthy though.
or will you slowly
I'm not
let
gonna
it
drop
die?
dead anytime soon. I got goals I wanna hit,
May,
goals I
let's
wanna
take this
reach.
purple stuff out.
Let's do it.
Vámonos!
Are we sliding?
Can't
Oh,
believe how
we're
much
sliding
it's
in dirt.
spread.
That's how infections work.
I know, but how could it take over this fast?
It must be really powerful.
This
Have to
cacti.
save
A cactus!
Oh,
before it
God, you
dies.
are a cactus.
Yes!
My God, you.
Oh, Melissa.
What the
Cactus.
hell?
Oh,
That's sick.
Ah!
Not getting past.
This is insane. I can take this. What the hell? Do they infinitely spawn? I feel like I gotta do something.
Support fire! Ah!
What do I do here?
Am I supposed to go over?
Oh,
Well, that'll teach him
oh,
to stay away
oh wait,
from
no,
my
it's
garden.
just kill them all
You
and then it
nailed it,
disappears.
Cody.
Oh yeah, cactus style.
My brother's messaging. Give me a second. I'm sorry.
Yeah, cactus style.
My brother is just he really wants this watch, I suppose.
Wow, you're so pretty, Cody.
I'm dead.
Wow, you're so
Oh
pretty, Cody.
wait, can I turn you?
I know, right?
Oh,
And I think I can help you across.
Yeah, I'm kind of pretty.
you're very pretty. Whoa! Oh shit! I just
Uh oh.
dropped.
The far?
God, oh my god!
Hell yeah.
Oh,
We have to go over
this
there.
is as far as I can stretch.
That looks thirsty.
Where's...
Oh, we gotta go
Oh, now I can go
backwards.
further. Uh-oh. Am I supposed to help you?
Kill myself. It's okay. Oh, never
Oh,
mind.
I do have to help you.
Oh, actually, no,
Wait.
no, no, no. We're fine. We're fine. I'm fine. I can just teleport or I can lie. When you do that, I can message my brother.
Can you get that?
Ow, I can't anymore.
Sorry, can I get that? Wait, can I get what?
No,
Here.
no more.
Hell yeah.
Spray that water. Maybe over here. Thorn, I see, I see, I see.
Oh yeah, thank you.
fuck I just...
everywhere.
Oh, I didn't die.
How could
Yo,
I let
I
this
pushed up.
happen?
I didn't
It'll
fall
be
on my
fine.
dead.
We just have to chop it all up, right?
Well, I hope it's that simple.
Why am I cutting this? What am I cutting right now? Oh, dark. Oh, I'm 626 right now. Dude, that's literally my everyday life in Valorant. Sorry, my brothers. My brother Doobie asking for my opinion on this purchase.
No worries.
Did you hear that?
Yes.
It's officially higher than my win rate, bro. I feel like it's always been higher than your win rate.
Oh, that looks pretty angry,
Yes,
May.
it does. Time to whack some weeds, Cody.
The burrower. Oh god. It's ugly.
I got it, May.
Hold it down, Cody.
I died. What the hell?
It's moving around so much.
Slice it up, May.
Yeah. Harder.
Oh, we've got
Oh,
more company.
Oh, this.
Missed it. I missed it.
No, no. It's okay.
Yeah, fuck it up.
Yeah. He's like 1 HP. The hell?
Hell
Bitch! Is there stage 2?
Damn weed bark things.
Well,
That's a boss?
whipped them into shape, didn't we?
yeah. Hell no.
The easiest boss.
Good
What the
Fuck
hell?
him up. This snail.
I'm missing spa. Oh, spa. I want to visit the spa.
The spa.
The spa. Oh my goodness.
Ah,
The
here.
spa.
I would
Zen.
kill for a
I am
walk,
Zen.
Hey,
I am
this
zen.
looks super cozy. I wonder if I can get a massage.
Bug size
Boy.
We
relaxation.
can get massage here.
Zen.
What the
Calm
hell?
Oh, boy, did I need a shower.
I've always wondered if this hurts.
Zen.
Buzz off, thoughts. I need
Zen.
to find my inner peace.
What is this? Oh my god, it's a massage chair.
Oh, they
It
nibbling on
looks
my
like he's,
That tickles, that
he's
tickles.
nibbling on my head.
Oh, but I love it anyway.
Oh, just to let you know, I may give you a splinter or two. Really sorry.
How many?
Oh, yeah. Oh, there's like a,
feel
s-
like
like
I'm
a hot
floating.
tub. Sheesh.
A little higher, little higher. No, 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 lower, lower. Wait, there.
This
no.
is nice.
Yeah, I feel it everywhere.
I'm gonna shower too.
Well, this was about time. Oh, I could stay in here for hours.
The spa is real
Sure
nice.
about this one.
We can just forget about our daughter and stay here for the rest of our lives.
Hell yeah.
Oh, hey May. Hey May. I love it here.
I'm down.
Rosie.
And fend for herself.
Yeah, Rose, you got this. You got this. I believe in you. Go get that. Go work that overtime. Hell yeah. We're working for my brother, and I don't get the chance to talk a lot. So like when he messages, I wanna message him back.
Oh,
Oh, no, you don't. No. It's gonna wash. Let's go.
alright.
That was a nice
We're
break.
ready to go. We're all relaxed and shit.
There's no minigame? I thought for sure there'd
Rejuvenated.
be a minigame. Yeah, I feel so rejuvenated. I feel so energized and so...
Who can relax the hardest?
I think... Not me. I'm in a constant state of stress.
Oh my god. You good?
No, it's the anxiety. I am good, it's just anxiety. My
the
brother...
whole greenhouse is infected.
It looks like it's spread from over there.
Yes, it did. Do you recognize that plant?
Brother.
No, I didn't plant that.
Brother...
Sure.
Brother?
What about the first flower you planted in the greenhouse?
You mean Joy? What is that Joy?
All stressed and shit.
I didn't know
What
you
is that?
planted your plants.
No, it looks really funky. Like the
Just
next
that first
boss.
one. You know, I
Unless he
just wanted to
really
make
likes
sure
this
that
flower.
Joy would always be part of our lives.
Oh, Cody. That's sweet.
Yeah. Well, it doesn't matter now, does it? Everything's infected.
There's still time, Cody. Kill the infection and make your garden bloom again.
Okay, look, you're right. Come on, May. We have to stop this.
Come on then.
Oh hell yeah.
Purple crap coming up.
Purple
We're gonna
crap.
need some
Ladybugs.
major weeding, May.
I think I've got the knack for it by now.
Yeah, you do. Thank you for
My
helping me
brother
out.
is really
actually quite
conflicted on this
rewarding.
purchase. He really
Wait,
wants
those
to buy
ladybugs
this.
were the size of.
Maybe you have a
Wait,
green
these.
thumb after all.
Nah.
I mean,
I
we
just
are
find
tiny.
it satisfying to shred anything in my way.
We are very tiny.
Lucky me, we're on the same
And
team.
Doesn't make
those-
sense.
He doesn't?
The bug should be big.
Yeah, I don't remember. I thought the ladybug was big. Maybe I'm like schizophrenic.
Oh,
Bouncy!
Perfect!
ooh, is that a game?
Oh. Wait, where? It does look like a game. You're so right.
Something over
I'm
here.
so glad you caught that. I'm so... Oh.
Interesting.
Oh,
Like a
yeah.
high-rise. Cody, what do you make of this?
Jump and throw.
Wait, here's some juicy food. Jump and throw. Okay, jump and throw. Jump and throw.
Don't you remember?
Oh, it's
I'm
like a timing thing?
sharpshooter.
Yeah, but those are moving targets.
That just makes this more fun.
Supposed to...
Oh.
Oh!
Eat that! So close!
This is hard. What the hell?
Bingo!
What?
You are served!
Munch away.
No!
Rubbish.
No props!
How's it happening?
Bring it home
This
to
is
me!
a feeding frenzy. Damn.
Crap!
Hard?
Ha!
There we go. Ah.
Really?
What the? This is crazy.
Hard as hell.
Easy!
Almost.
Oh, the bug whisper in me like you do.
Come on!
Boring.
Oh shit, you're cracked at this.
Cool.
Alright! Really? Game over!
Yeah!
Been starving.
Hell yeah!
Wait,
We're tied. We're
We're
tied.
tied? Oh shit, we're tied. Oh no. I've gotta win. I've gotta win.
That one was tough. Uh-oh. Oh wait, we can walk.
That's tough. Yeah, it's not death if we fall down. So, what is up, Cogbold?
I thought it was.
Oh shit, I just whipped that shit. What the fuck is that?
The shield?
A poor spider!
Hey, Drake, back off! I have a badass sprout on my head. You're wearing it down, May! Keep it up!
You too! Keep running into my sight!
Hell yeah.
Feel the burn of the
So
sprout,
many.
man.
Do I have like a special attack?
Oh, another one?
Ah!
Look out,
What?
Cody! Here comes more!
I'm dying.
It's not over yet!
Why is there so many?
God, fuck,
I
God.
can't
I got
break
him.
through!
Oh. There's so many small ones. Oh my god, how is he blocking me even with his
Watch out,
own?
May! More creatures!
Just slapping them.
Really?
Want some more?
Are we done? Are we done?
Looks like a dead end.
It is. Hey, I know. Hey,
Spider. It's a jumping spider. Those are so cute.
the bad guys have
Fun game. It is so fun. I love this game so far. It Takes Two is goated. And Split Fiction was really good.
Hey there, little spider.
I feel like this one a little bit more than Split
We
Fiction.
hitch a lift? We need to get over there.
But maybe it's part of the Split Fiction
ride
trauma me
to
and
the other
Unknown went
side?
through.
All right. Okay. Thank you. Okay.
Yeah, there is some trauma.
There is lots of trauma, PTSD. Oh lord.
I didn't know you were a spider whisperer.
I just know my God.
I'm scared of elevators and doors.
Thanks, Cody.
I'm scared of everything.
What about you?
Scared of
We'll
lasers,
find another
elevators,
Come on.
doors.
Let's
Get
go.
a spider?
shebang.
What?
Wait, this is I'm cool. I'm cool.
Oh
I'm
no,
cool.
lasers.
Comfy.
Oh, good for you! Can you help
Thanks,
me get
Buck.
to the other side?
Okay, I'll look
Wait,
around.
hi.
I need a lift
Oh,
here,
here.
May!
Oh my lord. What the hell?
Oh, you helped me. Okay.
We gotta go
Oh,
into the
You did
leaf.
something. You did something. I see. I see. I see.
I'm doing it. I'm doing it.
Hell yeah. Thanks, partner.
What is this? I can like web stuff or
In
something.
the forest.
Oh, it's like I think I'll be able to stick to ceilings.
Another spider! Let's get it out of there!
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I
Get
got a
spiders.
spider.
Yo.
Come on, spider. You're free to go.
Ah, looks like they know each other.
Yeah. Oh,
Cool.
thanks.
Yeah, we both get spiders now. So fast.
You were right, May! They really are all fuzzy!
I'm glad we found one
What?
for you.
My spider's
You
broken.
never thought I'd ride a spider through our
What
own
the
garden?
Yeah,
hell?
how'd you do
Dreamt about going on a jungle tour.
Space, I think.
I guess
Space
this is the
and
closest
one.
we're gonna get.
Oh, it's even
Yeah.
better. We've got spiders.
We do! Right on!
These ladybugs are tiny.
Think you can get us out of here, Spidey?
Right? It's small.
Whoa, better hold
Where
on
am
to
I
my
going?
glasses.
Whoa! Where are we going?
One and then space. Whoops. Oh my god.
I've never had a pet spider, but you're just so cuddly.
Hey, Spidey! Doing all right down there?
Woohoo!
Alrighty.
I think I'm starting to feel sick again.
This goes crazy.
Fun.
You've got some
Never
nice
the one that does
tricks,
the
little spider.
gravity stuff.
Very
Wait,
strong
right?
spider.
Oh my god, wait, this is start
Very proud.
going upside down and stuff. It's lovely.
Pretty cool.
Yeah. Is that a gnome?
Rose was here to see this.
Look at that.
I've just been gnomed.
There's my guard's
Oh
nose.
shit.
I never like those.
They're classy.
They're creepy.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
You're doing that. Holy.
What? Oh, up. Oh, there we go. Wow.
Cool.
Oh, what is that?
The real boss.
What?
Oh.
What the hell?
Stay on your spider, Tony!
The big ship.
Watch out!
Shark plants.
Crazy shark plant!
Oh goodness. That. Ooh. How? How? Where am I supposed to go from
Purple
here?
gunk is in the way.
Oh.
Hey, you wash it off.
I did.
Oh, wait, I'm supposed to do something.
This little purple gunk in my way.
What's this? And
Oh,
oh,
yeah. Whoa.
I don't see you. Oh, I see you.
That was sick. Oh. Doing something with the wheel.
Stuck. I'm stuck right now. Oh, what? Oh, the hell? What's it supposed to do here?
Oh. Okay. There you go. Now can you get on it?
Yeah. Ooh.
Hell yeah.
Yup.
Thank you for the ride again, Spider.
This is so trippy. I'm so tired.
Oh no.
Forgot about how
brown
tired I
widow.
was.
Do
Oh,
something!
what?
What do you want me to do?
Oh my god, that thing is huge. Oh. Oh. It's a baby.
Oh, I
babies,
get
and
it.
it's the mom.
She's their mom.
Oh, what a cute family.
Look at her
That's how you
eyelashes.
define cute. In this species, the wife kills the husband.
Ah, that's probably why they're so happy then.
Good one.
Bruh.
Oh, thanks,
Thank you,
miss.
Captain. Thank you, Captain. I will drink water.
Ah,
Thank you for the water, Captain. Oh, wait, let me see this picture. Yeah, these are double chocolate pancakes. They look good. Looks good too. I'm hungry. I'm so hungry. goodness.
Whatever they are, we need to take them out.
Okay, here comes the Sprout Man.
Hell yeah, fuck him up.
Ow, shit. I'm getting fucked up. I'm getting fucked up. Ah! Oh my god.
All down. Come on.
Oh, I just got crushed.
No. What are the chances
At least it's
you
real
under
hunger.
that?
I don't think it's.
Crazy.
I think it's more mental hunger. Because when I see anything that looks good, I'm just like, I'm so mentally hungry. Oh, but tomorrow I'm gonna be eating good. Tomorrow is my boss's farewell party. So I'm gonna be eating pizza. I'm gonna be eating cake. There's gonna be alcohol. I'm not gonna drink alcohol because I'm not one to fuck with that. But I could if I wanted to. I won't, but I could. And she said there's gonna be other French friends. I'm gonna be eating good tomorrow. Pizza, cake, drinks.
Oh no, more crazy creatures.
Gotta get out of here. Oh, I know. The plants are way out.
Hold them off, Cody.
Got it. Ah.
This man.
Watch out, crazy critters.
I'm so fucking tired. I forgot, like, I
He
worked.
said it. He said the thing.
I missed it. What do you say?
Oh, Nate. They keep coming.
It's the thirsty one, but I'm working on it.
You said
I
cactus
got
man.
more with it.
Cactus man, cacti.
That's
Keep
all
them away from me, Cody.
I
I
said
don't want any
Cactus
prick
Man
in the
too.
back.
Cactus man. I love Cactus man. I forgot I worked today, and I didn't get really good sleep. I'm grinding. I'm determined to finish this game before I snooze.
Is it almost time for bed?
Cactus Man.
Nope, I'm gonna finish this game.
Okay, okay.
Fuck, we go. Oh, do I slice it?
Oh,
Huh?
right here.
Wait, where? Oh, here. Can you slice a little bit faster?
Yeah.
You'll get to eat, Bo. I always worry about you. I'm sorry. I do eat, though. I do eat. So you don't need to worry.
Where are we going, Cody?
How should I know?
Still, some days my appetite isn't there.
I only know it from above the ground.
Like this week, I'm just not as hungry, so I haven't been eating as much. But like, when I am hungry, I'll be sure to eat lots of food. So I love these bugs.
Moldy. Yeah. Humid down here. Did you see that, Cody?
I saw something.
I don't know what the fuck
What
that
was it?
was. I don't know,
The heck?
Maybe a
but
rat.
I
No,
would rather
it
not
looked
find out.
huge.
Well, it didn't attack us, so it's probably
Bro.
friendly.
I hope you're right.
I'm starting not to like this.
Ooh,
Do we
this-
really have to go in?
Ew.
I don't see another way
Ew,
out
what
of
the-
here.
What the hell,
Please
you?
don't eat me, Mr. Centipede. Please don't
You're still
eat me.
awake?
I think
Guys,
it's
you're still
bad,
awake.
Cody.
You're not working
Interesting
tomorrow?
tunnel.
They're so loud.
Like a meeting or something on Saturday, or like,
The moles.
wait, is today? What day is it
Yeah,
today?
I told you they ruined my garden.
Yeah, today's Saturday. Wait, today's Friday, right?
Clearly you didn't.
Clearly.
Still in game, dang.
We have to get past
Fuck
them.
work.
If we wait, then we're doomed.
Just relax, okay? Move carefully.
The
Oh,
mole.
we've got a stealth. We're stealthing.
Oh,
What is?
what the hell is sound and shit?
It's a oh.
Oh. I'm dumb. What happened?
Place and it's making a bunch of noise. Oh shit.
Oh shit, he was angry.
He was pissed. That was like a FNAF jump scare. How loud is it if I just walk?
They're actually quite cute.
Did you see those teeth and claws?
What up? I'm not very good at this stealth thing. Sometimes you only eat some bread and a little bit of fruit, and I feel like you should have more than 2
think you
pieces
just
of
go
bread
like
and an
normal.
apple. That is, yeah, that's true. To be honest, I didn't really eat that much today. I just ate some like buttered bread and a drink. Today I'm just like not hungry. I'll probably be hungry tomorrow because pizza sounds so appetizing.
I feel like we're invading their privacy.
Agreed. Let's get out of here ASAP.
Oh, it was this morning. Oh, I'm one step behind. Stretch and hydrate, thank you. Oh. Dude, no, don't worry. If I was like really hungry, like I would eat. But I'm not hungry right now, so that's why I haven't eaten.
My heart is racing.
Yeah. Hey, Cody. I'm glad you want to take care of the garden
It's your check,
again.
thank you.
I really want to get rid of all these pests and infections. They don't belong here.
Yeah. Let's keep
Oh
going.
my god. Oh wait, it's not that. Okay, we're fine. Hungry, still need to fuel your body for energy. That's true. You're probably right. And by probably, you're very right. I probably should eat more.
Sneaky.
Haha. Just come on. It's not like this is comfortable. Hey, you better
Don't
keep
worry,
that
I'll
sickle
eat
away.
so fucking much tomorrow. I'll eat so much.
Careful, Cody. Don't wake the giants.
I'm super careful. You're the one who isn't a sneaky bush.
Can I go under?
Oh, do you have to jump up as well? Oh, wait, you can't go under.
Ooh.
I wonder if he feels that.
Maybe they're heavy sleepers.
I don't want to take that bet.
Oh,
That's you.
it's on you.
Keep moving and deal with it. Aim carefully, May.
Oh.
God,
Dude,
wait,
they woke
oh,
up,
it
but they
didn't.
didn't care.
Oh.
Hell yeah.
Holy shit, that was scary. Move along in your sleep. I think they should probably stop doing that so I can
Look at all
get
of
around them easier.
They're ruining my garden with their tunnels.
Hey, yeah, this under their backyard. They've got an infestation.
Hell yeah. Wait, I can't see anything. Are you good? Can you land on me? Oh, hell
I got
yeah.
it. That was a little spooky, but we did it.
You're just that good.
They wake up.
Nah,
you're
this is a
dead.
team effort. We're both that
I'm
good.
taking you
We're
down
both
too.
him. Is that a worm? That is a worm.
Hell yeah. That's what I'm talking about, partner.
Yup. Oh my goodness. Bless you. Bless you.
Oh,
Oh, the light is confusing me.
these moles have allergies. Oh shit.
Yeah.
You, oh. Is he doing sit-ups? Oh shit.
He's doing sit-ups in his sleep? Oh, that's one buff mole rat. Or gopher. I don't even know. I forgot what he was. It's a what?
Moles.
Oh, yeah, moles. Why did
Made
I
it.
said mole rat? They're the same thing. So back when I was working hard at losing weight, I had a lot
Yeah,
of
I think
times I
so.
wasn't hungry, but I knew I had to eat so my body would lose weight. Ooh. I'd probably be eating more. I need more protein, that's what I need. More protein, more fiber, all that good stuff, instead of just like carbs on carbs on carbs on carbs. But bread is so yummy. How could I not want to eat bread every day? Oh shit!
I didn't realize. It's like Crash Bandicoot. Oh my god.
Why did you have to jinx it?
I've never played Crash Bandicoot.
I didn't let killer monsters into our garden!
We'll talk about this later. Help!
It was
Help!
so fast.
I'm too old.
He's getting closer!
No, I just didn't play. I didn't own any other consoles other than the Wii U because I was broken lane.
I think I have longer legs!
What's this cruel of them to do? What the hell?
I'm not a worm! I taste really bad!
There's more below us!
I don't want to know that!
I can't run any faster!
Step. Ooh.
Yeah. We're better.
Oh,
Get out of here, moles.
I thought he was
First
gonna get us.
try. Oh, Grandpa.
You okay, mate?
Yeah,
Okay.
get out of here while we're alive.
Okay.
Oh. Oh.
What? It's one tough mole.
What the?
Tired of these moles? Push it down!
This feels wrong.
This is really cruel. This is animal cruelty right
This
here.
poor mole.
Damn it!
Oh my god.
Come on, I don't want to die like
Shit,
this.
run, 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 run.
These things are ferocious.
Car.
no.
It's a gnome. We just got gnomed.
No,
Oh,
no.
another gnome. Whoa, money. You just have this in your backyard? Yo, where do you live, my guy? I'm trying to do a quick visit.
Oh.
Oh,
Oh, there's another wall.
gotta die.
Oh, we're supposed to go back?
Oh,
Oh, we're supposed to go back. Oh.
I did not live.
Holy shit. We're going
Lord.
crazy.
It also helps to have snacks to have the body constantly digesting, which brings a lot of. Oh. Oh, got too many snacks right now. I think I got like rice crackers, like the Chinese rice crackers, not
Yo,
the
Chief, where to, huh?
Excuse me?
You
the
blind? Read the sign.
Oh,
other
right.
rice cracker.
We're going to the greenhouse.
Nah, we don't go there. Bad neighborhood, huh?
Ah, they have no culture.
Yeah, that purple crap has destroyed everything. Farthest we go is the garden fountain.
How much?
Fixed price up front, 3 larvae each.
Got yourself a deal. Okay, there you go. Oh, God, that is disgusting.
Hey, hold it, big boy. My back is killing me today. Hey, you take the fat one.
Hey, I'm right here.
What the
Mr.
fuck?
Yoga like me, dumb frog. Come on, little clay boy.
Nothing from
The
you.
clay boy.
Hey,
Hey, what
you're hella
I'm little
bully.
clay boy.
Hop on.
Playboy. From spiders to talking frogs.
Namaste.
Namaste. Whoa.
Whoa!
God, wait, this is sick.
Frog's having a good time.
Whoa! This frog's got hops!
Look at that purple crap. It's everywhere. It ruins the, You see this purple? It's such an ugly color. Look at
Don't do what I
Yeah, they
did.
fucking bullying me.
Oh, don't do what I did.
Are they bullying you or me?
It's everywhere.
Oh, purple crap.
Ruins the, atmosphere. You know
What the crap?
Yes,
Look,
it's
the frog.
terrible. But we're here to find the source and clean it up.
It is a nice looking frog. Oh,
Oh,
it's really hard
thing,
to
huh?
stop midair.
Don't say that. You're doing great. You better be quick.
great.
Uh-oh! It's sinking!
Oh,
Oh,
How you
shoot.
doing back there?
Good, thank you. It's more comfortable than I imagined.
Here.
Best ride in this garden.
jump in here? How come I supposed? What the hell?
I have a strong back, you see, because I do this, yoga.
What?
Hello?
Cody, we have to work together
What?
on this one.
Show yourself.
It's a bit bumpy, but thanks for the ride.
Motivation to work out like I used to. You can always build motivation. Oh wait, but then you're kind of injured now, so working out could be risky.
That was close. That was really cool.
Other ways to get in exercise too, even if it's like not as intense as it once used to be. Hiking is fun. My brother's been getting into hiking. He's been inviting me, but our schedules have not been aligning.
That stuff is ugly.
Oh, there is a prompt at the start.
It's smelly.
Well, I'm gonna clean it out.
Cody, what about that hatch? Can you open it?
A taxi service?
Okay, end of the ride. That's it. We're here.
Perfect. Thanks for the ride.
All right, May. Get inside.
Oh,
Okay.
oh man.
What about you?
Oh, they
I'll
were
take the
our
ride.
taxis.
See
Okay, I
what
get it.
you can find inside.
Oh, I have to.
Oh, get back on. Oh! I forgot the jump button.
Is it okay?
Oh!
Fun.
There's more. There's more. Okay, I understand now. I died.
I just died.
Wait, was I supposed to go here? I messed up. I messed up.
What?
Oh no. I went all the way back to the beginning.
Wait, where am I right now? What the fuck? Wait, where am I? Alright. Here.
I done messed up, partner. Sorry.
That's a-okay.
I jumped all the way off back to where we started.
It's okay. This takes like more than 5. It's like 5 seconds at max. Go fast. We can do it faster. We're speedrunners. Hell yeah.
Dash
did I
mark
miss?
supposed to go.
Oh. To be fair,
Uh-oh.
that ledge really looked like you're supposed to go
Get
there.
off now.
Oh, that's it?
Ah, you're heavy. Get off now.
What?
It's supposed to go.
There's
I'm not on
something.
it. I'm not on there.
Oh, it's
Okay,
an
there's
elevator.
just a cutscene without me.
Thank you, Frog.
Andreas is all about proper form and starting off slow and steady, wins the race and reckless. Yeah. But still be careful, because you've been injured, it's easier to get injured again. So
Yes!
just be very
We're making
careful.
progress against the infection.
Garden's looking vibrant.
Yeah.
That was a crazy
I
game
forgot
session.
we
Yeah,
were
that
liking
peak
it
session
fine.
seemed like it
We've
was
still got some infection
long,
left, though.
especially with like
That's
9
right.
people. That must have been fun.
We still have some wheat.
Sarah, go to bed. Yeah, I agree. You gotta go to sleep.
Again.
Are you not working tomorrow?
Blooming.
It's
Get outta here,
blooming.
purple
Get out of here, purple crap.
Garden is beautiful, Cody.
Dude, his garden is fucking
Wow.
infested.
Look at my garden. This is amazing.
He's got killer moles under his backyard.
Yeah, the moles ain't helping.
It's
Oh.
a snail race.
How does this work?
No, snail race. Are we turbo? Aim and squeeze. Oh no. Please don't be inverted.
Squeeze.
What? Squeeze? What do you mean
Ready?
squeeze? Why are we
Steady.
squeezing?
Slow.
What are we squeezing?
Like a snake. Oh. Wait. Done.
Ah!
How you doing that, partner? I thought, oh, it's the dash button.
So close.
Almost. Slide, snail, slide.
What?
No.
Man, you kind of goated at this.
I just got a head start because the controls are fucking weird.
Oh, rubbish.
It's supposed to turn more.
Come on.
Ooh.
Come on. Let's show Cody who's the fastest team.
Really?
Great job, Snail.
Smells
How'd you
like
do a
foul
double
play.
boost?
What's your snail
That was
eating?
Really
crazy.
short one. I did a long one and then I did a really short one. Oh thank god. I would've been so sad if I lost that after that huge head start. Wait, I missed 4 hours of stream.
Now, just to get up to that
No,
window.
no, no, it's fine. That's why I post my VODs. That's
mushroom.
exactly why I post my VODs, Vicky. We're
That
good to
one
go.
looks the silliest so far.
What the fuck are we doing here? Oh my god.
Wait,
What?
what am I doing?
Wait, what are we?
Launch you up somehow.
Oh! For some reason I don't feel like I'm being launched very much.
Whoa.
Oh!
There we go.
Help you so yellow?
Ooh, okay.
Yellow.
Yellow, red, blue.
Red. Yellow.
Wait. Wait. Red, red, red.
You're
Yellow, red, blue. Red. Oh,
Keep it going, May.
Got it. You're doing great as well.
hell yeah. Thank ya.
Alright, you
Let me
made
stay
it.
1 hour.
Nice
No,
jumping.
you have work tomorrow. Miss Mod, you have access to VODs, right? If you can just watch the VOD while working. Well, I mean, I post VODs also. I post them to Twitch, I post them to my YouTube.
Oh, no. It really is everywhere.
But we're so close now.
Yeah. Hang on, Joy. We're almost there.
Wait, Joy? Who the heck is Joy?
Hey,
Yeah,
May.
but am I?
Got some more
Wait,
purple
he's
gum
cheating on a
here.
lady called Joy, it would seem.
That's much better.
Oh, there's a thing over there.
Oh god.
I see why they're getting a divorce. I see now.
A flower.
Wow.
It all makes
Really
sense.
magical watching you make all that grow.
Guys.
Thanks, May.
Oh wait, are we
There
supposed to
is
do all of
This
it?
is why I love gardening.
Can't really do anything. We're gonna kill it with flowers.
Oh, there's still one more path in the corner. Whoops.
Look out, May! More creepy critters!
Not again.
Yeah. I'm fed up with all of the creatures, infections, pests. Get out! My greenhouse!
Goodness. I've been snapped in half.
Hey, Dan.
Ah, I can't break through. How do you like this weed whacking? And that's how you do it.
Hell yeah.
This reminds me of Skylanders. Oh, their mods don't have that much access. Ooh. I don't have any editors, I think. Except for myself on my alt account. Oh, that's a lot of pink stuff
Found
I have to get rid of.
Oh, what the? Those pigs huge.
Oh, you want some more?
On the other side too.
I got more where that came from.
Totally got that. I'm gonna get rid of this pink though. It's not the fight. Can we just like do the flowers and it'll be okay? I don't know. I'll to that if she wants. I got too much power already. What is this editor? Should I make you an editor?
Another wave of them, mate.
Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness! Oh my, I'm crushed.
Smash you again, no way.
Oh lord, I've been
No
crushed to
way.
death twice now.
I'm
Bye.
sorry.
Oh my goodness. Oh, thank you. It's all good. As long as you don't crush me again. Ow! My god, they hurt.
Uh-oh. I'm taking down.
Get it. Yeah. He's gone. Easy peasy.
Let's get rid of the infection.
Schedule 1 in Buckshot Roulette? Yep. And as editor, you could cut out stuff where it makes an oopsie, like a... Wait, you can cut out stuff? Wait, you can? I mean, I prefer to cut out stuff myself, though, not gonna lie. Oh, there's one over here. Thank you. I didn't know you'd do that as an editor. But I mean, I prefer to cut it myself, because I don't want people to, like... I don't want anyone to know about the stuff that, like, I do an oopsie.
That's it.
Like, I don't want
Down
the,
to the
you
left.
know? I'm not wording this correctly, but, like, I don't want anybody to know. Unless it's me, myself, and I. Highlights and stuff like that as an editor. Damn! That's pretty cool. Like, wait, highlights? Wait, you mean like clips?
No, Joy! Maybe we're too late.
Cody, wait. Be careful.
This
Hey,
is
she is so
Joy?
cool.
It's okay, we're here to help. It's
Oh,
Cody.
Joy is his favorite
remember me?
plant. She's beautiful. That would be great if she did, and she wouldn't have to freak out, and y'all can just add a
She
marker on
potted
stream.
me. Oh,
You're a tomato.
I'm a tomato.
What the?
You look juicy.
Recently learned about the marker thing, and I didn't know that existed until I watched a TikTok about it, like, literally yesterday. Like, you can add a button on your stream deck to add automatic markers during your streams. I didn't even know markers were a thing, because, I don't know, they don't teach you stuff. They don't teach you stuff, and they don't teach you this stuff, and I don't know.
Another infected
What is there?
It's too tough.
Tomato time.
No, my tomato powers.
Oh, we did it. It's more of a privacy thing. Yeah, I don't know. I
I'm
just,
gonna try to snap Joy out of it.
I don't know. It's just like I don't want anybody to know. I'm really private. So you're inside. What?
Oh shit.
What the hell?
Break out the infected part so you can remove it!
I'll be here! Just slicing up critters!
We're gonna cure you, Joy! I promise!
It doesn't give you a manual. That's what I was trying to say.
Hell
Yeah,
yeah.
there's no instruction manual for streamers. You just gotta, you learn as you go. And I've not been good at learning. It would appear.
Good job, May!
Can't rest yet! There's something growing
the
out
fuck?
of her!
See that? Joy! We've come to save you! Please
God.
stop!
She's
Supposed to
not
do here?
Cody!
I think those are one violent set of plants.
Oh shit! Good thing you came back.
I came back at the perfect time.
You're so clutch.
For goodness. Yeah, that was like pixel perfect.
Oh. Oh.
Oh, thank God it stopped there. Potato?
Yes!
Potato flower.
I'm a potato.
Ooh.
Cody,
you look
I
great.
always knew you were a couch
Oh,
potato!
potato
Really?
fry.
You really think now's the time for jokes? We're gonna spit more purple sap!
Pack it? Oh, I can. It doesn't have like the hard shell.
I need help here! More critters!
Oh, you're fighting that one. Oops. Oh, we did it.
Going back in for Joy! I'm getting through to her!
Did it forever.
Go
I
on
spent
inside
2 hours
Joy
just looking
again.
at the creator dashboard. I
They all
am
made-
not looking good enough, I suppose. I can't believe you're going in Joy again.
Trying to
Dang.
help you!
Holy Christ. Oh wait, did I not water enough?
You're strong, Joy!
Oh no, it's dragging me.
But I'm gonna do
Fuck.
what's best
Oh.
for you! Hey! Up here!
Oh, me or is that you? Oh,
Hell yeah.
nice. Oh, she's
I don't know,
angry.
but I was tapping it just in case.
I was doing both.
I think we're making progress!
My God. Chill out a little bit.
Here she comes again!
Oh.
Oh,
Oh.
what the? That's such a cool animation.
Yeah, everything in this game is just beautifully animated. Oh, this is like the drums. Feels like I'm playing a rhythm game.
Oh shit! Oh shit! Wait, what? Oh. Hey, brave.
We stop there. Oh, slow motion. final stage feels like it's going on forever. When does she die? Oh, you become a lime. This feels like a downgrade from a potato. A lime.
The power of citrus prevails over all.
Power of citrus.
Tackle those things, Cody!
Fuck do I... How the fuck do I do any damage? I feel like I don't do any damage against this thing. Do I just have to keep watering?
I can't get that one though. Oh yeah, my line breaks. I guess I feel that purple stuff.
Okay, but I just gotta keep watering you.
Nice.
We're working either Thursday. I'm free Thursday, but I think I work Friday. Markers can help create. Yeah, I heard of that on TikTok. Like I learned about it yesterday, and I will make use of this markers thing one day if I ever get a stream.
And we're gonna get rid of it once and for all.
I'm bowing down to you.
This is it. Hey, finish it up.
It does look delicious. Potato, limes, tomatoes.
It's beautiful.
It really is.
Joy!
Joy's alive, hell yeah.
She's like, she's been freed.
I am now.
Why does she sound so hot?
Thank you.
Oh, don't thank me. I should have taken care of you. I'm sorry.
No, I'm sorry. I didn't understand how important it was for Cody. I do now.
That's good.
Oh my god, she sounds so beautiful.
But aren't partners supposed to encourage each other? How was I supposed to keep going if she didn't believe in me?
No one can take your dream from you unless you give it up. It's all up to you. Will you give it up again?
Dude, this flower has me feeling some type of way. I understand why Cody wanted to be in her so badly.
Yo.
Hi there.
What?
Done so much in this game and
We
like
were in
not
that
even a
pot the whole
day.
time.
Wait, this is all inside of this tiny pot? This is joy?
There's no way.
No way.
Letter B's numero 3. And
It's asking because of how well our games went. They asked me to invite more people. Ooh, even more people than 9? Dang.
Fashion?
They added descriptions to help people understand all this stuff. I don't even see these descriptions. Maybe I'm just like, I'm blind because I never see these Twitch descriptions or instructions or details or anything.
Oh, come on, Cody.
What? I miss hearing you sing. It was nice. I don't know why you don't do it anymore.
I grew up. You can't pay the bills with singing.
That doesn't mean you
Or
have to give
can't
it up.
you?
Cody's right. When you give up your passion, you give up part of yourself. May, it's time for you to find it again. Come on. Get ready to find the last piece of the letter.
The last piece.
We're
The One
dead
Piece.
again.
He's killed us for the 4th time.
This?
What a mess.
Yeah,
Oh
we
yeah.
really need
Yeah,
to clean up
4th
our
piece of
act.
paper.
Hey!
4th killing.
You recognize this suitcase? Huh?
That's a
Oh,
tiny
I don't like
suitcase.
where this is going.
Ha! Ta-da! Old school, baby.
Oh.
Ooh.
Oh,
It's a record player.
Woo! Welcome to the concert hall. May, it's time to sing.
oh no, I can't sing. I haven't done it for years.
Come on, May. He won't give us the last letter piece unless you sing. You just get up on that stage and you show him what you've got.
That's not a stage. It's my old record player.
You're right, but you two will turn it into a proper stage. We need lights, speakers, microphones.
Look, I'm not going to sing a single note.
Woo! Yes, you will.
Zooey Mama. Oh, what the hell?
No!
You can just force her to sing.
You turn that off, you stupid!
May, you sound great.
It sure does, Cody. And you will help her find her voice again. Double! Whoa! Whoa!
See a gladiator.
Yeah! Now, go and find some speakers, lights, and mics. Woohoo!
Woohoo!
Hey, May. Still got it.
Okay. See what the possible plans are, and if they plan it on Friday, we
let's
can
prep
play.
the
It will be an early
I
game,
wish
so
we
I
didn't have
think
to.
I'm
Whoa.
pretty sure I work
Fine,
on
May.
Friday. But if
You have a
I
great voice.
am working like a closing shift, then it's during the day. I could possibly do it. Yeah.
Relax. I'm your greatest fan, remember?
Ages
Is there
ago.
any minigame
Yes.
here?
Now, not so sure.
Oh shit. There's a plus one to add quick actions when you click on it, and it
Shit.
shows them
was
all
that,
the
was that gonna be your
description.
last one though?
What last one? Wait, what is gonna be my last one?
Never mind. I
Whoa.
thought that was gonna be the last paper.
That'd been cool if it was last paper. It seems like there's gonna be lots more.
Oh, this symbol is like a shield.
They did make a virtual Steam that
Hell
they
yeah.
have. Oh, you said you connect your phone to your.
Got the greatest weapon of
Oh,
all.
I should learn that.
Voice.
And I could just have my phone as my Steam Deck.
Your voice is powerful.
But then I guess I
May.
would need to get one
Never
in the
forget.
future if I like ever use like a my VTuber model. Oh my god!
Whoa.
I feel like an opera singer. Oh, I thought you said you were free Friday. No, I said I was free Thursday. Sorry, I might have. Oh. Oh, I
What the
scream.
hell?
I scream with right click and then I sing with left click.
Oh,
Oh god.
oh, you're kind of badass. What the heck?
But I'm
Oh.
dead. Not badass enough. Ooh, do it fast, huh?
Hell yeah.
She does have a nice singing voice. She's not even singing words, but she sounds beautiful. So yeah, Thursday I'm free, Friday I'm not free. Oh, I have to scream.
Oh. Nice.
Allosaurus? Oh, perfect. Okay, Thursday we will be peeking. Oh, that's so cool. Okay.
Isn't this your grandpa's Duke.
What? Oh, we do it at the same time, question mark? Or oh no, this. Wait, why does there need to be two of us? Oh, what the hell? We've become the coin. Whoa! It's groovy.
I wish my grandpa could see us now.
What the heck?
Oh,
Or hate it. He always told me to be careful. The love of his life. Second to grandpa.
the love of his life.
Yeah, I miss him. Grandpa, you can hear me? I promise not to ruin it.
What stream deck you want? You can get an XLR dock that connects to it, and you wouldn't need some mix amp. What? How do we know what was just said? A mix amp. Mix amp. It's a mix amp.
Hey! This speaker has an antenna on it. I bet it's connected to your microphone.
Oh. Oh shit.
Wait, what just happened?
Break this stuff. And
Give me some more, babe.
I'm gonna need some cool water and honey after this.
hell yeah.
Am I supposed to be there?
What I put? Oh, there we go.
That's an example. Oh, if I don't need that, if I get a stream deck,
Let's fire this baby up.
well, it's better for me to get a stream deck and not that. But stream deck is multifunctional. That's crazy.
Oh, am I supposed to put this there? Try it?
Hey, you don't have to push the game. What?
Oh, hell yeah.
Oh.
Oh. Let me push it up real quick.
Oh, sorry. What's the stream deck where you have on the what's accessory? The cloud lifter? The cloud lifter?
Good work.
Pow,
both
pow,
of you.
pow,
You've
pow.
earned the speakers. Ah!
Great. Now you can let
Dude,
us
I'm
out
so
of
excited
here.
to eat pizza
Not
tomorrow.
yet.
I haven't
Keep
had
on
pizza
going.
in
You're still missing the
I
mics
don't
and
remember the
lights.
last time I had pizza.
Who's gonna be toasty?
You go first, Cody.
You're too kind.
Let's wait. Oh,
Chill out.
PTSD.
Oh. No, the lasers. We did pretty good. The lasers in Papucom.
That's true. We did do pretty. I agree. Is there a specific order?
What's this? Oh, damn.
See,
A goes left.
I'm starting to like this place.
And C goes right. And B goes forward. Oh, colors. Oh, you got it.
hello?
Wait, what am I doing?
Wait, it's inverted. This is so strange.
Wait, I actually can't see that color. Green. Yeah,
Huh?
yeah, yellow.
Yellow.
Yellow, yellow. Oh, I'm sorry.
It's
purple,
inverted. It's
purple.
purple. They're inverted. That's so strange.
And then
it'd
green,
be
green.
red. Oh no,
It's
it's
like
green.
shooting air out.
And
And
then
then
it'd be
purple,
purple. Then red.
Red. Yeah.
Oh shit.
Yellow. Hell yeah. Oh, right there.
forward. No.
Hell yeah, partner. Good job.
Yeah. Yeah, good. It's that area. That looks like a secret. What are you? What's that?
Whoa.
Oh, that's just the next level.
Thanks, Captain.
Hell
Is there
yeah.
any secrets here? Any secrets? Any mini games?
Maybe over here. Let's see.
Yeah, why is there this random pathway? Maybe not.
We've been tricked.
Bamboozled once again. Pathway, really? Oh.
Wait a minute, what's down here?
You
Nothing.
found something?
Nothing's down here.
Oh man, bamboozled for the third time.
I've been tricked again.
How many times are they gonna get us today? Jesus.
Oh, hell yeah.
Is that bass guitar?
Wow, they're definitely winning.
Oh,
Sorry.
Oh, did you hear that? I'm like a composer now.
oh.
A magnificent piece of art.
That looks like a mini game over there. This is just the next level. Or it just might be the next level. That's your place. Whoa, demo.
What the hell? Whoa.
Oh,
What the?
oh Doc. Oh, what? What's the thing? Very comfy.
Hey, Cody, give me a lift.
I got it.
Are you sure?
Trust
Got
me.
you.
I know how to turn knobs.
What was the electricity thingy?
Spin it. I'm like, whoa.
Whoa, this is trippy. I see you want a monitor.
Oh,
Stop on. Oh,
what the?
Okay, okay.
jump. I
Oh no.
jumping? Oh, I can't jump. Why wasn't it not letting me jump
This
there?
is kind of confusing.
Very confusing. Oh, I jump really weirdly for some reason. I roll over the whoa. Cute. Oh, fire hazard.
Hell yeah.
What the hell?
Got you. Oh.
Nice.
Hell yeah. Nice.
We're doing it. We're doing it. Oh shit. There's a lot
We're
of soundproofing.
doing
A lot of soundproofing foam.
I think so.
Well, okay.
Oh, do I have to sing
What
into
said
it?
we need mics from the stage?
Oh, this mic is gone. Wait.
What the, is that a snake microphone?
Oh, sure. Thank
What?
you. You showed me the way.
What the? Wait, why do I keep?
God, that thing looks scary.
Oh shit!
Fucking-
Oh shit!
Recharge my.
Damn! Thank you, died.
Nice. We did it.
Good job, Cody!
Oh, you gave me an opening with your, hypnotic voice.
What are these holes?
Come on.
Is this anything? Okay, no, it just leads to your death. What is the point of? What? What? Oh, swell.
Oh shoot! There's Ollie back there.
Hey, don't fall into the side holes. But like, what if it leads into somewhere? Definitely does not. Okay. Oh. Oh.
Oh. Oh.
I think we both gotta be up there.
Please don't stop me. Please don't stop.
Nice. Well, that's cool.
Like whisper.
Whoa! Ow! Yeah, microphone whisper.
The microphone whisper. Yeah, we're doing so good. Setup video for it. Thank you. Oh, I remember. Get a lot of useful information for like the dynamic versus shotgun versus condenser. Uh oh. Cody's gone.
Oh my god!
So much happening on the fucking screen. I can't see shit. Oh, Lord.
Yeah.
Ride of death.
Hang on, superhero!
Wait, you were ahead of me. That's crazy.
My screen is being violated.
I think I'm DC. You got this. What's going on? You got this, Cam. Keep going.
At the same time. Okay, yeah, we're so in sync now. Oh my goodness.
Swear this must be that book's fault.
Oh.
Oh. It's spawning you in to just kill you off the rip.
Close the gate!
The carry.
I don't want to become snake food.
I had something like this in Split Fiction.
That
It's
was a
amazing
little too
that he has such great information for his streamers. Ooh. Oh, thank you.
That was a humongous snake!
That almost killed us.
Well, you're still breathing, and you earned.
Water's so nice.
Congratulations!
Forgot they gave me chocolate syrup.
Only the lights
Chocolate
are
pancakes
lit.
with chocolate
Keep
syrup.
on going.
Sounds so yummy. Oh, there has to be a mini game here. Is that the mini? Where's the mini
Hey,
game?
I played with these a bit when I was younger.
Yeah? Well, show me your skills then.
Well, you try too. It's fun to make music together.
All right. Let's make a hit, yo.
And then we gotta do the pink one. And then click the play button. Let's go hit that button.
Hell yeah, let's check out our banger.
Okay. Oh. Get it, get it, get it, get it. Oh, 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 oh.
Good, Cody!
Oh yeah! We made a hit, right?
Maybe not a hit, but it's
I think
music.
it sounds pretty good.
It does. We should just become like a band or like a famous artist or something. We've got the skills for it, clearly.
Producers, hell yeah.
Yeah,
Let's
producers,
do it.
that's what I was, yeah. So eloquently put.
Oh, May, look, that spotlight must be for you.
No thanks.
Come on, May, you deserve to be in the spotlight.
No, Cody, I prefer to control the spotlight. Now get down there.
He's a DJ.
I guess it's my time to shine.
Oh yeah.
Jeez.
Oh,
It's really... can I get some light here, please?
Oh, this is really hard to.
Covered, Cody! Keep going!
help. Help. Help.
We're making...
Hey!
Got it.
Lights on me!
Wait,
Huh?
am I supposed to go right? I can't
I
tell.
think so.
Oh, what?
Hey!
I just like
I
slipped.
can't see!
Well, we got the bridge. It's okay.
Go, 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 go. This is timed. Holy shit.
Whoa, May! Two lights?
What is that?
Yeah.
Sure you got this?
Trust me, I can handle
Ooh,
it.
All right. I
It's now.
trust you.
it's just that good. Oh, can you search for the next spot?
Oh. Wait, oh. Okay, I see.
That's cool.
Hey, how about our collaboration?
Can't go. What the hell? Oh, maybe I'll do. Oh.
Collaboration. Next one, next one, next one, next one. Oh, hell yeah.
God, if I do two at the same time, you'll never die. Oh god. Oh god. What the hell?
Oh, oh,
It's hard to control two at the same time, not gonna lie.
I see a light switch!
It's okay, you did good. Good job.
Thank you.
All right. My amazing
Got
coaching
all the
has made
lights.
you into a stronger team, my
Yeah.
friends. You
Shining bright like a
have
diamond.
earned the light.
Oh,
Shoot.
Cody?
Oh fuck.
Oh, hey, May, look!
Looking good.
Yes, to aiming with
But
one
what
and
else do
moving
we
with the
need?
other.
I am not getting
You're
on that
right, but it's
stage.
like.
Come on, May. You used to
Actually, you're
love to
right.
sing.
You're right, period.
Just a silly
I don't know why
hobby.
that was so confusing for me.
No, it wasn't just a silly hobby. You used to sing in front of a lot of people like musicians and stuff, remember?
Ha! Thank you, Cody. That's what was missing? Musicians! Now, yeah! Go and find an orchestra!
Let's
Can you
rub.
not
Yep.
encourage him,
What?
please?
Okay. If you sing.
This is about to sound heavenly. I can feel it. Is there any mini games? Mini games. Gamers here. Mini-
Hey,
I was expecting like a musical game, not a car game.
Okay, okay.
I'm about to lose this.
Racing.
I always lose the race ones. Oh, no,
I've got
snail
a
one.
need for
Because I
Yeah, I know.
had a huge head start, but still.
Uh,
How the hell do I?
Oh, rubbish!
watch my breakneck speed.
Boring.
Looking a little slow there, May.
My. This is why I don't drive IRL. I'd be flying off the highway.
yeah.
And win the race.
Ow.
Okay, you won. You were
Oh,
definitely
shit.
not calm.
No.
To being tied. Oh
It's-
shoot.
It's crazy.
What are you up here? Backstage?
Oh, we are?
Yeah, because I won the snail one. Wait, are we being? Are you back? Oh, there's nothing here.
Oh, hey! Let's see if this thing works.
Wait, are
So
you
you're
in the
either
lead?
up by 1 now, or we're tied.
By one? Or are you up by one? I don't even know.
All right, giddy up, girl.
Woo! Just like how I remember.
I'm definitely not up by
No
1.
tune though. Oh, is this thing still
Probably.
here?
I think.
You're doing great. Coming up to the last stretch.
Now, you on this now one? I think you're still up by 1.
Oh, wait, really? I'm in
Yeah.
heaven.
I'm waiting, Cody.
It's one of these thingies.
Oh, what is
Oh.
that?
Oh, God. Not chess.
Oh, so that I'm good at helping understanding stuff. Sometimes I'm bad at explaining.
Another
Dude,
chessboard?
if you think you're
Oh,
bad at
this is my
explaining,
very
you gotta
first one.
hear me
But
try
it's
to
not
explain
trying to
shit.
kill us
I'm
this
terrible.
time.
You know I'm not good at chess.
Oh, this is like
Doesn't
real
matter.
chess. Oh fuck. It's
Can't
Joe for
wait
me.
to say checkmate.
Oh fuck.
Then you'll have to wait
Let's
forever.
do
Doubt it.
confirm.
I don't play chess.
Let's do.
Oh, I think I did the wrong.
Do. Yeah. Hmm. Might not kill. Oh yeah, they kill from the side. That was not the one I wanted. I want... Here, why not?
I'm coming for your king soon.
Sheesh. Oops.
Alan, what? Oh,
Jesus Christ. No.
I do here. Here? Yeah, here's... I shouldn't have done that. Well, that's fine.
Smart move, huh?
If that move scares you, Cody, just wait till the next one.
Oh. Hey, I've gotta do something.
Can you say Grandmaster?
Oh man.
Oh no, I'm joking. I can't believe you've done this. I can't believe you've done this.
I believe you've done this.
I'm impressed by myself.
Kill? Wait, what the hell? I thought I'd be able to kill there. Oh man.
Dang. Wait. Yeah, how's this check? Am I tripping out?
What?
Yes, that'll do.
Bingo!
Sheesh.
I'm terrible at chess. I don't know what I'm doing. Oh shoot. Ooh, oh my god, I went silent. Kill here, that makes no sense.
Oh, shit. Oh.
Just as expected.
Rematch?
Freedom.
Nice.
Inside, sorry, I was so fucking knocked
You
out. I haven't
won.
played chess in a while. Sorry. Inside, they made a great interactive chessboard to help people learn how to play each piece. Will show you how to move. Oh, I really want to get back into chess. I don't know. Ever stopped playing. Oh, I'm gonna draw many more.
What the hell is that?
It's Rose? Queen's Gambit, or even the boot. I don't know chess like that, my brother. Sicilian defense, I've heard of that one, but I don't remember what it is. I forgot. How's it taking two? It's going good. I went like completely silent there. I really wanted to win. Now I'm up by. Am I up by 1 or 2? I don't know.
Wow.
Yeah, look at all this stuff.
Are we tied? Wait, we're not tied.
Nice. Let's try them out.
I don't know. One?
All this
I have
stuff
no
brings back
fucking
some
clue.
good memories.
I bet.
Oh, you're definitely up.
Hey, is that your old
By
piano?
how much? We'll never know.
Let's see if it's still
That's a
in
lot of
tune.
melted candles. Sheesh.
By 2. Oh.
They burn. Oh, there's a pathway up here. I think. That looks like a pathway. That is not a pathway. How the fuck do you get up? It's random names I learned while watching the Queen's... Ah, yeah, I watched the Queen's Gambit too. I watched it twice because it was that fucking good. Oh, I'm singing to this. You're up by 1? Oh, okay.
Hell yeah.
We've been keeping track. I'm up by 1. So we weren't tied last game. Why did we think that I was up by 1 last game and then I'm just up by 1. Okay, epic.
Oh, you won the Snell game.
Hey, how did we get up there? I can't get over there. Oh, do you we're just waiting. You're waiting for me to make a fool of myself.
You're welcome.
Excellent.
I was waiting for you, but not bad.
Now it's all good.
What's
What is
that
this?
machine?
Oh god.
Some of the oh my god, wait, that
Oh,
hurts.
this is like split fiction.
Angry accordion. Those blasts.
What, am I supposed to sing through that?
Angry accordion. Those blasts.
Oh wait.
Hate.
Oh, I
I got
should.
this. Follow me.
Oh, it's
Lead the
you.
way.
Shit, that was close, thank you. Oh, we don't have fences here. She is so beautiful. She is so beautiful. Red suits her so well. She looks beautiful blonde and in brunette hair, but man, she's meant to be a redhead or something. She's beautiful with red hair. So sad. Nothing downs here anymore. Alec, where did it go?
Ah. Fluffy clouds, rays of light.
Mummy was a good movie. I don't remember the
I guess
the
we
gorge.
must
The
be
gorge?
Oh,
I
hell yeah.
don't know that movie.
Yeah, but where's the orchestra?
Where is the orchestra?
Hello? Anybody there?
Da-da-da-da. Da-da-da-da.
They must have gone home for the day. Let's just cancel the whole thing.
No, 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 May! You have to bring the orchestra to your concert! But they have been kidnapped. Look! Over there! Look, look, look! Kidnapped by the devil!
Apple TV. There's so many like streaming services. Man,
Right, huh?
is it a good movie?
Exactly! But now, you have to
The gorge. Is that the one where she's a sniper?
Go? How? We can't walk on clouds.
Aha! Yeah! Now you can. Go, go, go!
Okay, jump and fly.
Hey, Cody!
Jump.
Do you see these floating notes all around?
Yeah, let's find out what they're for. Whoa, I'm flying like an angel in heaven.
I see. The musical notes are connected
Oh,
to the
okay.
doors. All right, just a few more bubbles to pop.
Once you pop, you can't stop.
What is this? Are you a mini game?
Is that
What is
volleyball
this?
down there?
Are those
It's
chimeras?
volleyball? What's this? How
I'm
are
gonna have
you?
to make a detour here.
So fluffy.
So cute, though. Yes,
It
you
is volleyball.
are.
You need to go over there.
Yeah, I'm coming to volleyball. Where's the volleyball?
Oh, okay.
Hey,
Oh.
Cody! Over
Tell
here!
her, dude, he's so good. Don't let the ball
The other
touch the
volleyball is
ground.
really fun.
Yeah, in Poppycom, that was fun. Jump to shoot the ball over the other side, dash to smash. Okay. Jump and smash. Okay, jump and smash.
Give me your best shot.
Oh, you can't handle it!
Come on. Try me.
The fuck?
Oh.
Rubbish!
Oh,
Hello?
what the heck? This is hard.
It's really hard. Section for this, man. Holy shit. Why is there 2 balls?
What the?
What? It's 2. That's fucked. What?
Out of sight!
Volleyball?
Oh,
Oh,
Almost!
dude, my depth perception is just so bad.
no.
These balls are fucking me. These balls are... What the hell, man?
Come on.
The dash is messing me up.
It's 2 balls messing me up. This ain't natural.
Oh. Oh hell yeah!
Aced it.
This time,
That was
The
hard.
JJ's.
JJ's? The JJ's?
That was hard.
Why'd they do that? Second ball and then a 3rd ball. That was madness. Wait, where are you zenning?
I'd get an achievement if you do this.
Oh, I'm surprised.
Oh, oh my god!
Where are you zenning right now? I'm so lost.
I'm entering another dimension.
Oh, there you are.
oh,
Oh, fuck.
sorry.
Oh, you just killed a pig.
Control this thing.
What
Oh
the?
my, this is druggy.
You know, this
This
reminds me of that
5'8".
time that we
Man,
ate
I
those...
wish I was 5'8". That's like my dream height. I want to be 5'8" so bad.
Oh,
I'm so drugged up.
hell yeah!
Damn, I think they would have kept adding more if you could have handled 2. I think they would have just like kept going, but it was already intense enough.
Hey, yo, devils!
Where's the
The
orchestra?
fuck are those?
You will never find them.
Oh, yes, we will.
Oh,
Sorry, Cloud.
Damn,
My bad.
smacked the shit out of that clock.
No, wait. Look.
Oh, it's
Sin.
crying.
In the
Oh,
fog.
we're crying.
You will never get the keys.
Oh fuck these
Did you say
guys.
it's pissing?
Oh, yeah? Just
Perchance,
laughing at us,
perhaps,
crazy
maybe,
devils?
possibly.
'cause we're about to bring it.
Cody, keep hitting those clouds.
Nice.
Sorry, clouds. You need your tears to clear the fog.
Oh, this is so fucked.
What's making everyone
We
cry?
love making people cry. Wait, what are we doing? I'm a little confused.
I'm moving the clouds. Mix.
Oh, I see.
Heck are those keys? Have to clear more of this fog out.
Hey, can we click up? Oh,
Which one? Nice.
it's the key. Oh, you have the key. Nice.
I got it.
Oh my, bunch of floating
Whoa, they're
invisible
headless.
people. This is the orchestra. Where's the other half? The heli?
Right, that's half of them. Let's get to the other side.
Another side? Oh,
Who's this?
Ooh, this looks fancy.
Is this gambling?
it does look like gambling. I'm coming.
Come on, give me something good.
Lightning? Are you gonna get struck? Oh my god.
Oh.
Would you just... I'm asking for just one nice thing, okay?
I'm feeling lucky.
What is?
Well, that looks good. Jeez. Oh,
Good though?
The world can be a cruel place.
it's just
Gotta
a
be
killing
burned
machine.
alive. You freeze to death, man. Oh, I'll freeze to death. Oh man.
Oh, cute attack. I want to keep it. Can I keep it?
I'm gonna kill it.
You adorable things.
Wait.
Oh, you got me.
The orchestra.
Yeah, excuse me. Devils? Yeah, we're gonna need to borrow that orchestra that you got locked up in there.
With their cackle.
Okay, that's annoying.
Let's get those keys.
Yeah, earplugs in so you don't
So
mess them
that-
up.
So devil,
Where's the key? Oh,
They're
I
singing
see.
those.
Cody, focus on getting your keys.
Oh, this is like Harry Potter.
hey devil,
Trying to find the key.
give us
Oh my god.
They won't listen to you. Just take them out.
Oh my god. I can't go in. Oh, that was easy. What the heck?
What the hell? Wait, we're kind of cracked.
Yeah, we're goated.
We
Hey,
are
dude.
the dream team. Oh, this orchestra is gonna sound heavenly. I'm so excited.
All right, I think that's all of them. Let's
Me
head
too.
back to the stage.
Oh, shit.
God, we're like the conductors. And, oh,
It's pretty impressive, right?
I've never sung with a group as big as this before.
Don't worry, it'll be fine.
No. It will not be fine.
What the
It
hell?
will be fantastico.
Tastico!
oh, oh, we just killed them. Wait, we didn't even get to perform. What?
What?
So
Oh.
excited. Oh,
Oh, shit.
Oh,
We got a stage.
Lovely.
we've been upgraded.
Good job. We're almost ready. The only thing missing is the audience.
Oh, no. Not an audience.
Here! Do you want the last letter piece or not?
Hey, that's blackmail.
No! It's therapy. Now go and get an audience.
You got it.
That's funny.
Book.
Yeah!
Oh, man.
So
We gotta
it's a
wait.
team now?
Yes, we are, as a matter of fact. Now let's get that audience.
Oh.
Who's our audience?
Rose?
What picture?
Cody!
Back runner. There's a lot of.
Wow.
Oh, is this like prawn?
Look at
Oh,
these.
I'm coming.
Hey,
This looks like it's gonna be Tron.
Stretching. Oh.
Doing jumping jacks.
Oh, yeah, maybe.
What the fuck? This is not Tron. Reach the finish line. Switch lanes and jump. Okay.
Oh, this feels so
We need to
nostalgic.
switch lanes.
Yeah.
Why do we need to switch lanes? I'm
Oh.
You
confused.
mean like how I'm dodging right now?
Or do we?
Oh, rubbish!
See you
I
later,
don't know
man.
this.
Nothing can stop
I
me.
think. Look at the racing ones.
That's it.
This one.
Oh.
I'm faster than the wind.
Success is a choice.
You're in the lead by
Yeah,
Hello.
Is a habit.
Don't make bragging a habit.
I thought it was gonna be like
And
Tron.
now we're tied.
Are we? I think we're up by one. Oh, what is this? Oh, it's
What is that? An orca.
You were really the best with Rose.
Look at that hat.
Is she like drinking apple juice out of her baby bottle? What is that?
And look how she loves being with her mom.
You
Doggo.
Doge. You have 2 children? Where the fuck did this second child come from?
It might be it's a cousin. It's a cousin or something.
Cousin.
We used to really have lots of fun together, huh?
Yeah,
What was this?
we did.
Oh, the Great Wall of China? Question mark. Oh, he's done.
The lore.
The lore. Oh, the mini games. Maybe family or friend of the child. Oh,
Sanchez.
friend
Oh,
of the
look, you're good
child.
at this.
All right, let's see how far.
What is that?
Come do this. Come do this.
What is that? I'm coming.
Wait.
Oh, what are these things? I wonder if I can beat my high score.
This is just going in a circle. Oh, I
Oh, I glitched.
accidentally. No, I
Hit it twice on
accidentally
accident or something.
touched the red. Green. Green. Oh fuck, how do I... Oh, I have to step off the track. Oh, that's kinda... Blue. Blue, yellow. Blue, yellow. Blue, yellow. White, green. Blue, yellow. White, green. Oh, fucking... I wanna cry. I'm not born for this. Blue. Blue. White. Blue. Green. White. White. Blue. Green. White. White. Blue. Where's the circle? Blue. Green. White. White. Blue. I'm done with this thing. I'm done with this
I know you
thing.
can do it. The game.
I'm done with this thing. I hate this game. I hate this game.
Oh, it's Rose.
Here. I thought it was a walkie-talkie.
Another game.
Music and one
I
chair.
have a chance to tie it up.
Let the games begin.
Or tied up, or if you're in the lead by one, I
What,
have
that's
no
it?
fucking clue.
Press the button. It did something weird.
Be the first to sit down when the music stops. Okay, how do we sit down? It doesn't even tell you how to sit down. There's like there's no control menu. It's just like, just sit down.
Oh, I
Now we're
was the
tied.
best at
We
this
have to be.
school.
I bet you were
You're
not
tired? Are you sure?
Oh, you'll see.
Oh,
Really?
Wow.
what happened? Huh.
What?
Oh, if you press anything, it sits down. Yeah.
Oh.
Oh, you have to press a certain button.
That's
That's
fucked
crazy.
up. That's fucked. Oh my god, this is...
My throat.
That's... That's...
That's
the hell?
crazy.
Okay, I'm confused and dazed and lost. This is...
Jeez.
wait, that was so confusing.
There you go. You up
Okay,
one.
have your stupid chair.
It's genuinely so confusing. That did not feel like a win at all. Jurassic Park?
They have instructions. Oh, is that what that is?
Sounds like Jurassic Park, but maybe it's not. Actually... What are you?
Gosh, we have a lot of books up here. I wish I had
How?
time to
Yeah.
read them
There's
one
like more
day.
books than in a library. This is...
Where we at,
I
partner?
forgot we have like a mini
We're
library
at
up
it.
here.
We're hoarders. This is crazy.
Oh yeah.
Sleep. What is... Oh my god, I read it so late. Good night, Big B. I noticed that too late.
Oh,
No. Good night,
This is my
Big B.
favorite
Have good
track of all
dreams. I
time.
wish I didn't read that so late.
Double tap.
No.
Hey, come
hey, buddy, over here.
What's up?
Can you let us in?
Oh, he sounds cool.
Sorry, kids. No minors.
Kids? No.
Dude, we're like
just,
in our
we're just
30s or
small in
40s.
size, that's all.
Yeah, right. Get out of here, kiddos.
Oh,
Excuse
it's a
me,
glow
we
stick with
are
their hair.
adults.
You have some ID?
Oh, no, we left it at home.
That's what they all say.
Yo, glow stick, they're with me.
Dr. Akeem, my bro, they're with you?
Yeah, they're my clients. Come on.
Sorry about that. Welcome to the club. Enjoy the evening.
VIP's coming through.
Not so cocky anymore, are you? Huh?
Oh
Huh?
my god.
No.
Huh?
No, wait, this guy is...
Hey,
He's just doing his job. What the hell? Straight up doing his job and you're like buried. What the hell?
How dare he do his job?
Yeah, how
Doesn't he
could
know who
he?
we are?
Yeah. How could he be a functioning member of society like that? Disgusting. Looks like Rainbow Road. I'm dead.
Crazy.
hey, you know,
I was thinking.
this place reminds me of something else.
Rainbow World Road. And a little loop-de-loop.
Oh look, it definitely is that, because that guy saves us like the clouds or whatever it is.
He also said it's a me. It's definitely a Mario reference. It's a me, Mario.
He said that.
Yeah, he said that. He was like, it's a me, Cody.
Are you gonna let me finish alone, Cody?
Oh, you better watch
funny.
out. I'm coming for you.
Woohoo! Made it!
Definitely Mario. I feel like my eyeballs are bleeding right now. I didn't jump. Oh my god, I spawned so far back. Oh wait, no, I'm cracked out.
Hey!
Doing?
Whoa. I made it. Yes.
Eh? Cool. Oh, floor lights up as well. This is nice.
This is trippy.
Yeah, that's but it's cool. Shoot. Oh my.
What?
Wait.
Thank you.
You're pretty good at the sliding thingy.
Why, thank you, Cody. It was a lot of fun.
My fucking god.
The platforms are moving to the beat.
Oh, okay.
Oh shit. Oh my god, I'm terrible at this. Oh my god.
No. Nice. Oh.
I'm not nice. Oh, it's so trippy when you die.
Oh.
Gotta go.
This is the weirdest
Let's go
nightclub I've
back.
ever been to.
Weirdest and most awesome ever.
Oh, are there holes in there? Where am I supposed to go? Smart.
Oh, are you breaking? What the heck?
Wait, no.
Oh shit.
Look at it, Cody!
Whoa, it's rolling. Move it.
Dance, Cody!
Stop teasing me.
You said you wanted to party!
Yeah, but not with my life at stake.
Cool. Jesus, that was... I felt the light touch my toes. Oh, you can jump! That would have been nice.
Oh, you can jump. What? You're a genius.
me.
It's getting
The hell?
faster!
Party harder, Cody! Move those legs! Oh, it's gonna jump!
Oh, please, no, 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 no!
This music is sick. I love the music. I feel like I'm playing Geometry Dash.
Oh. Oh yeah. It's crazy like that.
Check this place out.
Fun.
Oh, this is cool.
Hey, May.
Oh my god, we got trails.
Hands down the
Oh,
weirdest experience
dude.
of my life.
It's like Tron.
Glad I didn't have to do it.
Literally Tron. Let's go.
Crazy, dangerous, nerve-wracking, but fun.
Fun indeed.
Whoa, elevators. Oh no. Oh no.
Do you hear
What's
that
this?
crowd, May?
Elevators.
Yeah, this
It's
is
a funky
exciting.
looking elevator though.
It is off this elevator. Oh.
Loving it. It's a lot of glow sticks.
Hey, we didn't do anything.
Why are they
Are you
booing at us?
DJing?
Okay, baby.
Yo.
Move it. Woohoo! Come on, glow sticks. Dance with me. What are you doing? Where are you going? Come on, glow sticks. Hey, Cody, May. Play some music. Make them dance.
Maybe they will if you leave the dance floor.
Yeah, dude. Seriously, I think you're scaring them.
No way, baby. I'm killing it. Can't you see my hip gyrations? Woo!
Oh, please stop.
Oh, please, no.
Woohoo! Oh my god, my moves are so good! Look at this, right, left. But to make the audience dance, you need to play the music! Get the audience on the floor! Let's DJ, baby! Woohoo!
Oh, boy.
DJ baby.
Alright, let's figure out this DJ thing.
Oh,
Sure, we
wait,
can make
what?
them dance again.
Oh, wiki, what? Wiki, what? Wiki. Hey, what is up? Why is mine so easy to do? It's just like you whip your mouse across and it's like done.
Feel it?
Oh.
We're actually doing well, May! The crowd is coming back!
Yes! Let's keep this up!
Oh my god.
That's good. Yeah.
Look.
Oh, damn it, we're losing them! We gotta step it up, May!
Yeah,
There we
we're
go,
gonna
there we
make them
go.
The wrong
dance.
key. Oh
Oh,
fuck,
they're
we fucked
leaving.
up.
No, come back, glow sticks.
Move up and down. Yeah. Go faster. Yeah. Oh. And now I'm locked in. We're better.
Oh yeah. Wow, the crowd is really loving it. Maybe this should be our new sequence.
Ladies and gentlemen, DJ Cody and MC May.
yeah.
Yo. What? That's right.
Nice.
Yeah.
Dude, we're
Yeah, we're the
amazing. We're amazing at this. Oh.
Concert. Come on, let's go.
Whoa.
inside the audio cable.
I thought there's that highlighter that goes like definitely fucking died.
Writing on!
It's a hoverboard. No way! I always wanted one of these things.
I lost my speed.
You're smoking me.
To the sky. Dude, what are you? Into the black hole we go.
This is amazing.
My fucking eyes. My eyes. Ow.
Ow.
That was really. This is. Oh.
Look at them. Yeah, look at that audience. They're excited.
Yeah, so am I.
Are you ready for your performance, May?
Are we still missing something?
No, we got everything we need. It's showtime, baby. Woo!
Oops.
Thank you for the hydrate. Thank you, Asrael.
You hear that, May?
How deep are you in? I think we're like 95% finished or something. It feels like that.
Fine. Just think of them all in their underwear.
Yes, that will make you relax. Cody, let's go prep the stage.
Okay, Buck. Hey, May. Break a leg.
I can't do this. I can't do it.
May, it doesn't have to be perfect, you know.
Yes, it does. If it's not perfect, I'll let them down.
No, just sing from your heart. You weren't born to be perfect. You were born to be you.
Damn, the book was actually cooking there.
Speaking.
Yeah.
You got this.
Hmm.
Oh,
Wait,
it's
it's
all
just
you,
me?
dang.
Oh my god, I feel like it's all up to me. Oh, whoa. The whole world is depending on my ability to sing here. That's really scary.
From the heart.
Well, this is like the forest. Gotta
Nah,
climb in
kick
between the cave.
some squirrel ass.
Yeah, some squirrel and horned ass, some
Wasp ass.
some
Yeah.
mole ass. Are they called moles? Yeah, moles. Oh, now it's just you.
Some mole ass. Oh, it's me. What the heck?
Don't mess up, no pressure, dude. You see that now? Now I'm feeling the stress. Now I'm feeling the pressure. Damn, this light
That was
switch
pretty hard. Just
determines
gotta flip the
everything.
switch here.
It's life or death. What is she gonna sing?
Thank God I got that done.
Yup, I couldn't have done this performance without it.
Hell yeah.
I wish I could sprint. This walk is stressing me out. I can hear her heartbeat. You turn me on like a light switch. Beep 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 beep.
Hi, guys.
Sounds like Alvin.
Come on, May. You can do this.
Oh,
I believe
what
it.
is up?
Come on.
Scared shitless if I was her. Both my parents are asleep and like the piano starts playing by itself. That's scary. From the attic too. Wait, that's nightmare.
It's
That's
so
straight
true.
out of a
What
horror
the
movie.
hell?
That's fucking
That'd
scary.
be fucking terrifying.
Holy shit. Why though? Imagine it's just you and your parents in this house. They're both asleep. Something randomly starts playing music from the attic. That is scary, no? That I would think my place was haunted.
Mom, I found your favorite song. You can listen to it when you feel better.
She's sleeping. What do you mean feel better? She's sleeping. She's sleeping away.
You can do this, May. I know you can.
What the hell? We flying?
We're just wizardly like that.
That was beautiful, May.
Thank you.
Oh hell yeah! That it?
Damn, are we finished the game? Oh, we're about to. We're like about to kiss. Oh, it's like cause it's like true love. True love, breaks the curse or breaks the spell.
The last piece.
Eat his face up. Eat his face up. This is giving me Shrek
While
vibes.
flying.
This is reminding me of their kiss in Shrek 2 when they transform from their human selves into their ogre selves. Oh wait, no, that was from the first movie. Oh my god, but this is so
Yeah,
Shrek coded.
It does remind me of that too.
Yeah, right? Oh my god. Not the fucking book. I can't, man. Even those are finding love before me. So true. It is what it is. It's rough out here for us.
Heals all. Adios.
Flashbang, okay.
Alright, what's about to happen?
Wait, do we turn back into humans? Oh my god, we're back! We've been woken up! Computer is fucking huge. Holy shit. I get that it's an old computer, but that thing is huge.
Rose. Cody.
Bigger than the original that's what I was thinking. They're huge. Even the table was just massive.
Where's Rose?
I don't know.
Will soon be an only child, no longer true.
Rose?
Rose is gonna need to take a visit to her aunt's place or her grandmother's place soon. Baboon!
Oh my god, what are we gonna do about the elephant? That's fucking crazy.
Oh my god, yeah, we ripped it limb by limb.
Hey,
What?
the letter.
Dear Mum and Dad, I'm sorry that I did this to you. I know how to make everything good again.
Oh
All you have to do is
no.
stop fighting. I know I'm not a perfect daughter.
Wait, what?
I'm sorry I don't like to brush my teeth. I'm sorry I read books after bedtime. I'm sorry I don't put my toys where they should be. I know it's my fault you want a divorce.
That's crazy.
Blaming herself.
She thinks it's her fault.
I'll leave you alone so you can become friends again. You should be friends. I love you, Mum. I love you, Dad. P.S. I have my pocket money to buy a bus ticket. Don't worry, I packed a sandwich and a lollipop.
Oh no.
Rose.
Rose!
Sweetie!
I'm so sorry.
Don't worry about me. You can go home.
No. Rose, honey, it's not your fault that we've been fighting.
It isn't.
No, Rose. It was never your fault.
Okay. So... does that mean you can become friends again?
Honey, listen, whatever happens, your mom and me, we will always be there for you.
And we'll always love you.
Always.
Still gonna get a divorce after this?
Okay.
Come here.
No, surely not.
Book of love. They're making it sound like they're still gonna get divorced.
Dr. Hakim would not allow it.
Unless?
Where did you find this?
I found it at school. In a trash can.
Well, I'm glad you did.
Sometimes you can find real treasures in the trash.
Come on. Let's go home.
Okay, so Rose, if your mom had to fight an aggressive squirrel double her size, who do you think would win?
Mom, of course.
What?
You're right.
Such a random question to
That's
ask
why
her.
I like to hang out with her.
Cody, I used to think you were completely irrational.
Nah, it's not random. We
I
did
have
it.
to say, you make more sense now.
Imagine you're the child in this and your dad just asked you like, oh, if your mom had to fight a fucking squirrel, do you think she'd win? What the hell? If I did that in my
I don't
Asian
think I'd be like,
household...
hell yeah.
Really?
Oh, I forgot about the vacuum.
Ew. If I did that in my Asian household, my ass would not live to see another day. What, running away?
Oh, the monkey.
They would beat you for running away? That is insane. Well, now they have random stories to make the kid laugh. They do! They'll figure it they'll feel so realistic. Elephant. The clock. Snow globe.
Oh, the bee that ran away.
Bee. I forgot about the bee. Dude, someone hold that stool for her. Please, this is stressing me out. Please. They will drag me back and I'll be the clown of the neighborhood. I feel like they wouldn't do that though, because my brother ran away and my dad was the type to beat us. And he didn't beat us, he was just really concerned. Such a good game. I enjoyed that.
Yeah, that was fun.
That was so nice. Nice profile picture? Wait, where? Where do you
There's
see my
secrets
profile picture?
after.
Where? On Discord? There's... It's like Marvel movies. There's like after credit scenes. A pizza? I think that's a man on the pizza. That looks like the phase logo. Phase up. Phase up! Phase up! Crude looking guy. I think it's a cowboy. A cowboy riding a pizza. I think. I can't tell.
I looked it up. I don't think there's something at the end.
There is. Oh man, I got excited. I thought there's like Marvel after credits.
Unfortunately, I don't think so, partner. It's a
Oh,
cowboy
man.
also.
It's a cowboy. I
riding a
knew it.
pizza
I
slice.
knew it. You follow esports? No. I kind of want to follow esports more, but I don't. It's a lot of... It's a lot of testers. Jesus. CS for it. CS, of course
Dang,
CS.
that means you won by one.
Did by one. Are you sure we didn't tie?
GG's.
GG.
It's either a tie or you won by one.
Yeah, it's either a tie or I won. I don't know. It's not a command on my channel. month? Oh lord. Time flies by when you're having fun.
Hell yeah.
Well,
Ready
almost
for
a
the
year.
next game.
Yeah, the next game is gonna be so fun. We've already conquered 2 of them in less than a month. Dude, we're kinda fast with it.
There's a bunch. I thought this was gonna take longer, to be honest.
Yeah, me too. Like, we're just like endurance gamers. I should have known when we finished Split Fiction in 2 streams as well. Is Split Fiction over? No, this is It Takes Two. But yeah, it's over. It was so close to being the funny number. It was so close to being the funny
Just
number.
good.
Like, we're better than good. We're goated. We're on top of the world. We're highly skilled.
The bestest.
This is the big credit scene. Did you play Split? We did play Split Fiction. The VODs are on my YouTube channel. This is such a good game, man. I love story co-op puzzle games. They're so nice. They're so pleasant.
It was a good game to unwind to.
It was. It was
Start the
amazing.
weekend off with.
It was. It was so nice. I enjoyed that thoroughly. Why is head patting you so expensive? I mean, certainly it wouldn't be cheap to touch me. Takes Two. Yes, let's go! That was so fun, man. That was so good.
Hell yeah. Thanks for
So
playing.
fun. Thank you for playing with me. Thank you for inviting me. Oh, I forgot about my fucking my narration.
Accessibility option. Options. Play online.
It's good, right?
Play online.
This game was amazing.
Incredible.
Play online. Options.
Play online.
Play online.
But yeah, that's it for me.
Options.
Options. I'm about to raid and then head to bed because I do have to wake up early because, you know, I've got windows. I've got the window repairman coming in tomorrow. I was gonna raid this person, but they have
Windows
follower
12.
chat only. Yup, Windows 12, Windows 13. Should I still raid this person?
No.
Okay, why not? Thank you though. I'm gonna raid and then go to sleep. Good night. Good night. I'll see you guys. I'm gonna raid this person. They have follower chat, but fuck it. Why not? I'll go to sleep. Oh, thank you, Captain. I'll drink one last sip before I head to bed. Thank you for coming. I might stream tomorrow. I might not. I don't know. I think I should be streaming tomorrow unless something stops me. Oh, thank you, Azrael. Another hydrate. Okay, but thank you so much. I'm gonna raid and then go to sleep. Good night, you guys, and thank you.